A couple of questions on masking. The president said yesterday that people should decide for themselves whether to wear masks on airplanes. And
economic growth and nearly 8 million jobs created as a result of his and congressional Democrats' actions, including the American Rescue Plan and bipartisan infrastructure law, and his work to lower costs. He will visit the Portland International Airport tomorrow to highlight critical investments to ensure stronger, more resilient infrastructure, such as an earthquake-resilient runway at the Portland Airport, and to help lower costs on everyday items by ensuring goods can move faster and more efficiently. Governor Kate Brown, Senators Ron Wyden and Jeff Merkley, and Congressman Kurt Schrader will join the president at the airport. On Friday, he will mark Earth Day in Seattle, Washington, by speaking to the need to bolster our nation's resilience in the face of threats like wildfire and the need to rapidly deploy clean energy. He will be joined at the event by Governor Jay Inslee. The president will also discuss how he is fighting to bring down prescription drug costs, such as insulin, where he will be joined by Governor Inslee, Senators Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell, and Congresswoman Kim Schreier. The president will call on Congress to pass his plan to lower prescription drug prices and energy costs, but he's not waiting for Congress to act, and he will highlight recent actions he's taken to lower energy and health care costs and give families more breathing room. Those actions from just the last few weeks include a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, extending the use of E15 gasoline, taking 100 actions this year that would save families more than $100 annually on their utility bills, finalizing standards for cars and trucks that will allow drivers to travel further on every gallon of fuel, fixing the family glitch in the ACA, reducing the burden of medical debt, freezing student loan payments through August, and helping 3.6 million student loan borrowers move closer to debt forgiveness. Also wanted to note on that front, yesterday you may have seen, as part of the administration's historic commitment to support student loan borrowers and get borrowers the relief they are eligible for, the Department of Education announced changes that will move more than 3.6 million borrowers closer to student debt forgiveness, make 40,000 borrowers eligible for the immediate discharge of their loans under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, provide immediate relief to thousands of borrowers in income-driven repayment plans. We're delivering this relief to borrowers by fixing long-standing failures in the Income-Driven Repayment Program, or IDR as it's often known. Income-driven repayment is one of the best options for borrowers who they have towards tackling their student loan debt. For too long, the system for tracking payments has been broken, and there were significant flaws that suggested borrowers who were entitled to forgiveness were missing out on their progress toward debt forgiveness. So these steps include making sure that any months in which borrowers made payments will count toward IDR forgiveness, regardless of the repayment plan, and any borrower who has made the required number of payments for IDR forgiveness based on this payment count revision will receive loan cancellation automatically. Additionally, we know that in the past, loan servicers placed borrowers who were struggling to manage repayment into forbearances without giving them adequate information about alternatives. And that meant in forbearance, while no payments were due, interest continued to accrue, and borrowers did not get credit toward IDR forgiveness. This is often not the best option for borrowers, particularly when they would be eligible for an economic hardship deferment or a low or zero payment on an IDR plan. And to make sure that existing borrowers aren't permanently harmed by these failures, the department will apply PSLF and IDR credit for borrowers who ended up in long-term forbearance. Those are forbearances of 12 or more consecutive months or 36 or more total months. So important steps on that front. Last thing I just wanted to note, and you may have seen this, but this morning the Department of Treasury sanctioned Trans Capital Bank, a key Russian commercial bank that has offered services to banks globally to evade international sanctions, and more than 40 individuals and entities that are part of a Russian sanctions evasion network led by Russian oligarch Konstantin Malafeyev. We have also imposed sanctions on companies in Russia's virtual currency mining industry that operate vast server farms and provide revenue to the Russian government. And the Department of State imposed visa restrictions on more than 600 individuals in response to human rights abuses by Russia and Belarus. So this is part of our stepped-up effort to crack down on those attempting to evade our unprecedented sanctions. With that, Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. A couple of questions on masking. The president said yesterday that people should decide for themselves whether to wear masks on airplanes, and wondering whether his comment was intended to signal a shift in thinking in the administration away from mandates toward more personal responsibility.
Well, the president was answering the question quite literally, which means right now, as you know, we are not implementing the mask mandate because of the court order, which we disagree with. While he is still abiding by CDC guidance, and we recommend Americans do that across the country, they're still recommending people wear masks on airplanes. On Air Force One, which of course is a federal, not a private plane, we all wore masks on the plane when we traveled to New Hampshire yesterday. But we are not, people are not legally bound to wear masks. So it is a point in time where it is up to people, it is their choice in that regard.
And then one other question, actually, on a different topic in the interest of time here today. Yeah. Are you able to confirm reports that the president is replacing the acting ATF director with another gentleman who will also be the acting ATF director until the person he nominated last week is confirmed by the Senate?
Yes, so I know there have been reports about this out there, and I will say that the president is making the designation under the Vacancies Reform Act, which of course says that any president and only the president may direct a person who serves in an office for which appointment is required to be made by the president by and with the advice of consent of Senate to perform the functions and duties of the vacant office temporarily. We of course are strongly advocating for and pushing for his eminently qualified nominee to be confirmed and have an ATF confirmed director for the first time in many years, which is something we would be eager to see happen.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. On the long-range missile test today, Putin says that this is meant to provide food for thought for those who threaten Russia. Can you talk us through how the administration is interpreting this and whether you're viewing this as a warning or a threat in any way?
We are not. They notified under the START treaty, and so from our perspective, while they provided advance notice of this launch under its new START treaty obligations that it planned to test this missile, the Defense Department said today that we did not deem the test a threat to the United States or its allies, and the timing and the scope of Russia's missile test do not influence our approach to countering Russia's further invasion of Ukraine. So it was noticed through the proper process, and the Department of Defense has spoken to this as well.
And on an expected announcement of another round of assistance to Ukraine, could you walk us through any specifics, if you have any, on that when that's happening? And just big picture on this, the U.S. has already given more than $2.5 billion since this war started. How long can the U.S. expect to continue to bankroll so much of this war?
Well, okay, there's a couple questions there, so let me do my best in answering them. them. First, we are working, of course, around the clock, as you know, to provide security assistance to Ukraine. And just to give you an example of how that assistance has flowed just in the last few days, and I think I gave an update the other day, but 5 flights with military assistance have arrived in the region over the last few days. More than half a dozen flights from the United States are scheduled to land in the region shortly with additional equipment. And as we look at providing this assistance, which I know I'll go back to the first part of your question, of course, but what we've tried to do, we made a strategic decision given we've seen Russia reposition their troops and their military to the eastern part of Ukraine to fight a different kind of war on the ground, which will be more, shooting back and forth through long range. And so we have been working with the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian military to determine exactly the kind of security assistance they need for this stage in the war. And that has included an increase, as you've seen, in artillery and ammunition and weapons like howitzers and others that can do these are effective in this long-range shooting and long-range fighting that we are seeing or we anticipate will happen in this stage of the war. So we have been expediting this assistance to the ground over the last couple of weeks to ensure they are prepared as this portion of the war is starting. Not because they are using all of it in 7 days, but because we want them to have all of this equipment as quickly as possible as they prepare to fight this war on the ground. In terms of assistance and what we're preparing, are the reports that I know have been out there. I will say I expect we'll have more soon on this, but I have nothing to preview at this point in time. I would note that out of the $3.5 billion in drawdown authority Congress granted for this fiscal year, we have used over $2.4 billion so far to provide Ukraine the military equipment and capabilities they need to defend themselves. So obviously there's more of that approved drawdown assistance that we can provide, and we've been working to expedite and ensure, as I noted, it's meeting exactly the needs they have at this point in the war. Go ahead.
A couple quick ones on mask mandate. The DOJ said yesterday that they would decide essentially whether based on what the CDC says.
Yeah.
Is the White House or the cabinet involved in any way in that decision-making process?
Well, we are entirely able to and legally able to be a part of the discussion, but right now we of course are deferring to the CDC on what they believe is needed at this moment. They obviously put in place this 2-week extension because they felt they needed that to take a look at the data, given that we've seen a rise in cases. So we certainly anticipate to hear more from them soon on their ask for being able to have that time, which we think is entirely warranted. And the Department of Justice, as you noted, has indicated that they would appeal, not just because they think it's entirely reasonable, of course, to have this additional time to look at it, but because they think that for current and future public health crises, we want to preserve that authority for the CDC to have in the future.
And then just when you said a moment ago that it literally is a personal choice as to whether people decide to put a mask on or not on planes, does that messaging still reflect a shift for you all and maybe to some degree a capitulation to just the mood of the public about wanting to be over this pandemic, or people who have politicized the wearing of masks in the first place?
Well, first I would say we continue to recommend everyone wear masks on planes. What the President was speaking to is, of course, because we are not currently implementing the mask mandate, it is not a requirement, so people can choose, even as we recommend it. But to be clear, we are recommending everyone wear masks on planes. That is what the CDC is recommending. That is the public health guidance we are following. I would note, I know this is often said, and maybe some of it is because there was the video of people on planes, on one plane, taking off their masks. Public polling does not actually show that there is a universal view of people getting rid of masks. That's not actually what public polling shows. Now, it doesn't matter to us because we are making our decisions based on public health and data and what the CDC is recommending, but that is not the universal view of the public. Go ahead.
Jen, a Ukrainian commander in Mariupol is saying that his forces and civilians in the area may we only have hours to make it out alive, and he has been making this direct plea to the president for the U.S. to somehow be involved in extracting people from the area. Do you know if that's a request that the president himself is aware of, and can you just walk us through, can the U.S. be directly involved at this point in making that happen, or helping to make that happen?
Sure. We have certainly seen these cries for help and these asks for help. We certainly urge the Russian government to do the right thing, guarantee safe passage for any civilians or others who wish to leave the city. We also encourage them to allow deliveries of humanitarian aid, such as food and medicine, and safe passage for volunteers to help people in need. But I don't have any additional updates from here.
And quickly on the president and whether he might visit Ukraine, you've obviously said a couple of times, currently there are no plans to do that. Yesterday, when he was asked, are you going, he said he wasn't sure. Is a trip completely off the table for now for him?
Nothing has changed in our assessment. I would also note, as I've said in here before, if anyone were to visit Ukraine from the United States, it's not something we would announce in advance, confirm in advance, give details on who, if, and when, because of security reasons. And that's something I think anyone who's traveled to a war zone with a president or a vice president or anyone is quite familiar with that policy.
So when he said he didn't know, was he trying to indicate that
nothing has changed on our plans?
I have one more question. There are obviously so many horrific images coming out of Ukraine. There are very readily available photographs, videos of civilian deaths.
Yeah.
As we enter the third month of this conflict, can you walk us through, give us a sense of how the president himself has been sort of processing these images? Who does he talk to? What does he lean on as he processes images that, you know, coming from what he himself has called a genocide?
Yeah, look, I will say that the president is processing these images, as many Americans are, with horror, with sadness, with fear for the people of Ukraine, for the families, for the children, for innocent civilians who are at risk. It is obviously, this conflict is consuming a great deal of his time, as much as he is working on a range of other priorities here. But he is consuming them, as many people are, as I am, as many of you are, as Americans out there watching all of your networks are. It's emotional. It is, watching some of these images is very raw for people, including the president, because you're seeing people suffering at the hands of a dictator who is brutally targeting civilians. Go ahead.
A few on Ukraine for you. The fact that the U.S. is committing heavier weapon systems than it did initially indicate that there's less, at least in the assessment of the United States, less risk of retaliation from Russia now?
The types of weapon systems we're providing are really a reflection of the conversations happening with the Ukrainian leadership and military about what they need in this stage of the war. And because this stage of the war is different, because it's going to be more on the ground and more back and forth long-range fighting, there's different kinds of weapons and systems they need. More artillery, more ammunition. It's a different war than it was when they were, in the western part of the country.
You had said earlier that that the government's continuing to monitor that whatever is sent over is meeting the needs of the war. How exactly is that monitoring happening? And inevitably there are going to be a lot of questions about how was the money spent, who did the equipment get in the hands of, how was it used? It may not be the next few weeks, but this could be over the next several months or years of, was this worth it? Was it worth the cost? How exactly is that being done now?
Well, look, I think that if you ask most Americans, if you ask members of Congress, if you ask most people in this country, what's important to do now is to equip and provide the type of support, assistance, including military equipment, to help them continue to fight and win in some cases, as they did in the Battle of Kyiv, this war. That is our focus. Obviously, we coordinate very closely with them, but we provide them the assistance to distribute amongst their military.
Because there was support in the beginning of the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, and then there were years spent trying to retrace the spending on all that. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case in this one, but there's no mechanism in place right now, at least.
I would point point you to the Department of Defense to detail that further, but I would note, obviously, this is different given we don't have U.S. soldiers on the ground. Obviously, equipment, ensuring we're reducing waste, fraud, and abuse is important to the president, but it's a different kind of war for a range of reasons.
Given that Russia has conducted an ICBM test, is there any plan to reschedule the one that we canceled back on April 1st?
That's not something we would preview.
Okay. And what's the latest on the reported chemical weapons attack in Mariupol? Did the Russians use chemical weapons?
There's no new assessment from here.
Do we have any sense of when or how much longer that would take?
I don't. I mean, what we talked about at the time, and I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense and State also referenced, is we don't have a team on the ground. It is difficult to assess, so it is something certainly we continue to work to do, but we don't have any additional updates or confirmation. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a question about marijuana policy. President Biden, as a candidate, promised to decriminalize marijuana. When is that going to happen?
Well, the president continues to believe that no one should be in jail because of drug use. I don't have an update here. We are continuing to work with Congress. But what I can say on marijuana is we've made some progress on our promises. For instance, the DEA just issued its first licenses to companies to cultivate marijuana for research purposes after years of delay during the prior administration. This is a key step in promoting research because it broadens the amount and quality of cannabis available for research purposes. Additionally, the president's continuing to review his clemency powers, which is something he also talked about on the campaign and certainly remains committed to taking action on.
So he remains committed to what he said during the campaign that people charged with marijuana-related offenses, number one, everybody gets out, record expunged.
Well, again, he's reviewing his clemency powers. That's exactly what that looks like. I don't have any updates or previews beyond that, though.
Okay, and a question about immigration. Does the president still have confidence that the vice president can get to the bottom of root causes of migration?
He absolutely does, and is grateful for her work in doing exactly that.
Why?
Why does he have confidence, or should I give you an update on a couple of the things we've done?
What gives the president confidence when he sees that March 2022 has 28% more migrant encounters at the border than March 2021 when she got this assignment?
Well, you asked me about root causes, right? So let me address that first, and what the vice president and other members of the administration who've been working with her have been doing. So we've been working with source and transit countries in the region to facilitate the quick return of individuals who previously resided in those countries, as well as to stem migration in its state. Some of that is getting agreements with partner countries on migration-related matters, and that's something that the Vice President has been deeply engaged with. I'd also note that Secretary Mayorkas, who of course has worked with her on this, traveled to Costa Rica recently, where he joined the President of Costa Rica in announcing a bilateral migration agreement outlining our shared commitment to both manage migrant flows as well as promote economic growth in the region. And we also are maintaining a close partnership between the government of Mexico and the United States to stem irregular migration. So what addressing root causes means is working with countries in the region to take steps to have partnership, be able to have people sent back to the region as needed.
And then the last one on this, is the President, or are you guys having discussions with advisors about delaying the removal of Title 42?
Well, I would again remind everyone, because you gave me the opportunity, so thank you. Title 42 is not an immigration authority. I will get to your question. I promise, Peter. It is a public health authority. Congress gave the CDC authority to make determinations about when it should be lifted. So right now, we are planning and preparing for the end of Title 42 enforcement on May 23rd. But I would say that there are a range. The President agrees that immigration in our country is broken. It's a system that is broken. There are a range of ideas out there in Congress, Democrats, Republicans, others, some who support a delay of Title 42 implementation, some who strongly oppose it. And there are a range of other ideas of reforming our immigration system. This would all require congressional action. We're happy to have that conversation with them.
Go ahead. Along the Title 42, excuse me, sorry, it's allergies.
It's okay, we understand.
Good.
We understand.
We've been reporting that the administration is projecting a big budget shortfall for ICE and CBP should Title 42 be lifted. Is there a plan for how to get additional funding that's going to be needed to handle immigrants coming into the country? If that Title 42 is lifted, will you need funds for Congress? Can you divert funds from somewhere else? What's the thinking?
So what DHS said last month is that they expect the current funding levels will not be sufficient to meet operational needs, but they have a number of options available to secure the resources required to implement our comprehensive strategy. This includes reprioritizing and reallocating existing funds, requesting additional support from other federal agencies if necessary, engaging with Congress on that discussion. And I would note that as a part of this, as we prepare for the implementation of the end of Title 42, there are a range of steps that we've been taking to prepare for that, including surging resources, deploying resources to address increased volumes. That includes moving officers, agents, DHS volunteer force, personnel to rapidly decompress points along the border and more efficiently process migrants. It also entails the deployment of COVID-19 mitigation efforts, including the continued use of PPE, providing the COVID-19 vaccines. It also includes expanding these efforts to cover migrants in CBP custody. So point is, there are a range of steps in this comprehensive plan that I know Secretary Mayorkas is testifying today on the Hill, and I'm sure he'll be testifying more in the future. But what they said at the time when we announced this was that we expect current funding levels would not be sufficient. There are a range of ways to address that, and we're working on exactly that.
And if, because we're just about a month away from this being lifted, if the administration doesn't feel like that plan is in place yet, would that be a reason to delay lifting Title 42?
Well, we've proposed a plan. So that's a plan that is being implemented. In terms of any ideas to address immigration, including any delay of Title 42, that would require congressional action. So go ahead.
More than 3,000 Ukrainians were processed along the southern border, people who had flown to Mexico to try to get into the U.S. That's a big leap over February. That number is expected to increase. Does the administration have any plans to announce a program that would make it easier for Ukrainians who already have family ties in the U.S. to be expedited into the U.S.?
We are working. So we've obviously announced, the president has announced plans to accept 100,000 Ukrainians into the United States if they want to come, of course. We're working to finalize the details of that. Of course, right now, we are still, as you all know, as we've been talking about, implementing Title 42, no matter what country you are coming from, whether it's Ukraine or any other country in the world.
Sure, but is there anything immediately in the works for a program similar to that?
Well, no, the president announced a few weeks ago plans to welcome 100,000 Ukrainians, right? So it's just the details of how that program will work. I understand why you're asking. We just don't have the final details yet. But
on supply chains, millions of people in China are on lockdown. Experts are sounding the alarm for what that could mean for further crippling supply chains, which obviously are already under strain. Is the administration concerned? How concerned is the administration about what that could mean for Americans waiting for goods here in the U.S.? Is there anything that the U.S. can do to mitigate that?
Sure. So this is a very fluid, and I think you're talking about the lockdown around Shanghai, right, and the impact. So it's a very fluid situation, obviously. There's some uncertainty surrounding the impacts of China's lockdown on our economy. We are in close contact with key actors in the supply chain, including the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. We're not seeing currently, according to the Port of LA, any slowdown in ships coming from Asia, but we're going to continue to keep our eye on that. What we've seen happen within China is moving of the manufacturing of some of the goods, semiconductors, consumer electronics, et cetera, that are typically come from Shanghai to other hubs, moving them around to see if they can keep the manufacturing up. And they've also moved ports and moved around where the goods are going from in ports there, which may be why we haven't seen a reduction in goods coming from Asia. The last data in terms of Chinese exports we have is from March, because it's not yet the end of April, and that showed a 15% increase from last year, but we'll have to look at the April data when it comes out in May. Go ahead.
I might be being a little thick, but I still don't quite understand what the administration's position on how you're kind of approaching the mask issue is. So the Justice Department said that they would appeal the decision if the CDC wanted them to.
Yeah.
The CDC has said that they wanted masks. They still think masking is important and that they had that policy in place. So I don't understand why the Justice Department is not immediately appealing it, and especially seeking an emergency stay to potentially keep this in place while the CDC continues its sort of broader evaluation.
Sure. Well, I don't even play a lawyer on TV, so I won't get too much into legal strategy, but what I will tell you is the CDC, obviously, as you noted, called for this extension because they wanted to look at more data. So I think we can all expect they're going to continue to want it. The Department of Justice is just waiting for that kind of final comment to take action in appealing. They said they would appeal. In terms of when they will appeal, I'll leave that to them to speak to. Why not a stay or an emergency appeal? They can speak to that, but what I would note, the objective here is of course to appeal the 15-day extension, but also to preserve the CDC authority over the long term, because as we've noted from here, we expect there to be ups and downs in the pandemic, and we certainly want the CDC to continue to have this authority.
So, and I guess plain English, if the CDC determines at the end of that 15-day review period that they already had undergoing that they wouldn't continue the mask mandate, then the Justice Department will not pursue this appeal.
I would expect you'll hear from the CDC very soon, and I don't think it's at the end of 15 days in terms of their expectation and ask for an appeal.
On Title 42, you kind of floated congressional action out there, and this is pertinent because Title 42, I think, was a key part of in scuttling the negotiations over COVID money. And so what I'm trying to, I think, the question I'm curious in is if you're signaling the sort of willingness by the administration to negotiate over the lifting of Title 42 as part of trying to get that COVID package across the line, and if not, if so, do you have any sort of update on the strategy there? Because you were certainly banging the drums about how important it was before Congress went away, and they're coming back soon.
We're still banging the drums about the COVID money, I promise you. I was just making clear, because I think there's been some confusion about this, that, well, the CDC has the authority, right, to determine when when the conditions exist to lift Title 42. That was given to them by Congress. If Congress were to want to extend that, they need to take action. It's not a executive authority from the White House.
So the president would be open to legislation that provided COVID funding, but also extended.
We're not in any way there, so I wasn't going there. I was just conveying that, as you know, there are strong views on a range of immigration issues and proposals in Congress, right? I'm not telling something you don't know. There are some people who would like to see it extended. There are some people who definitely would not. And so I'm not making a prediction of the future, only conveying to you what authority would be required, what the process would require.
Would the White House support the bill that Senator Sinema is bringing forth, which is working to extend Title 42 until there's a plan in place? Just public health emergency.
I don't have any prediction of that. The president has proposed, put forward, called for immigration reform, something he did on his first day in office. We're happy to have a range of conversations with members about a range of ideas, but I just wanted you to note what authority would be required or how the process would work. Go ahead.
Two things. South Korean media is reporting that President Biden will visit the country next month, May 20th through the 22nd. Can you confirm that?
I don't have anything to confirm yet on the trip beyond what the president himself has already confirmed, but we will have more to say soon, I'm sure.
All right. And on COVID aid, I'm wondering if the administration has sort of a drop-dead date by which Congress has to give them the additional funding. I know you've talked about it. The supply of monoclonal antibodies will run out in May, and the test capacity will ramp down by the end of June. So is June your deadline, or is it much earlier, or is it later if you can repurpose some of the existing money?
I would say it's as soon as possible because we have already had to take steps, right? Like ending our program for the uninsured. We haven't been able to make purchases that we would normally purchase to get ahead. I mean, even on monoclonal antibodies or some of these treatments, some of them take months to make. So it already puts us behind where we need to be and want to be in planning. So we don't have a long-term deadline, nor would I punt that out. We want to do it as quickly as possible when they return.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jim. Several senators, Democrats and Republican, have called on the president to appoint a coordinator or a czar, if you will, to oversee the transfer of military equipment from the U.S. to Ukraine. Mm-hmm. What does the administration think of this idea? Do you think it's needed, and is it something that's even being considered?
I don't have any personnel updates. Obviously, ensuring that it is, and this kind of goes back to Ed's earlier question, that it is done effectively, efficiently, quickly, is a priority for the president. But I don't have any personnel previews or updates at this point in time. Go ahead.
Jen, two questions. I wanted to ask you about the concept of athletic boycotts to deal with Russia, and if this is something that the administration supports. I actually saw some of the news that Wimbledon decided to ban athletes from Russia and Belarus from competing in the tournament, and I'm just curious if the administration believes the athletic boycotts are a good tactic to use.
We've seen 600, if not more, companies, private sector companies, pull out voluntarily, I think, their investments in Russia. I don't think we have a policy specifically on athletic events at this point in time. I'm happy to check.
And then also, there were reports that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and some other U.S. officials walked out of G20 meetings when Russian officials began speaking. Could you just explain a little bit more about why they took that move, and is it a move that we could anticipate President Biden making himself?
Well, the President and Secretary Yellen have both said that we can't have business as usual at the G20 or in a lot of these international forums as it relates to Russia. And she and the Treasury team made clear that she was planning to participate in some and not other meetings, which certainly is something we support. The President also has conveyed he doesn't believe that that Russia should be a part of the G20. That's now 6 months away in terms of his participation. So I can't make a prediction of what actions he may or may not take, but certainly we support her steps, and it's an indication of the fact that President Putin and Russia has become a pariah on the global stage. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just today, Russia issued another warning about consequences of Finland and Sweden joining NATO. Do you have a response?
Well, the decision of any country to join NATO is up to that country and NATO to make a determination about, and certainly that's the case here. We strongly support NATO's open door policy, and I'm not going to indulge Russia's saber rattling. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just to zoom out a bit on the Ukraine aid and the policy towards this war. The President of the European Council, Charles Michel, was there today in Kyiv, and he said, quote, which was unusually clear, I thought, said, "You are not alone, we are with you, and we'll do everything which is possible to support you and to make sure that Ukraine will win the war." Is it the policy of the United States that Russia should not only lose, but be seen to lose this war? Is that like a strategic goal?
I think we've been pretty clear that we're going to do everything possible to make sure President Putin and Russia recognize this is a strategic loss, that the president is a pariah on the global stage. Now, when you have a country that has lost as many people as Ukraine has, millions of people have been left homeless, I don't know if that feels like a win to them, but I think it's also true that the Ukrainians have clearly won the Battle of Kyiv. They have surpassed the expectations of the world in terms of their ability to fight back against Russia. And Russia has not only become a pariah on the world stage, but they have effectively united NATO, effectively driven countries to desire and interest in joining NATO, have united the West in a way that has never been their objective, while also their economy is crumbling. So, that is all a victory in terms of isolating Russia.
Okay, but is the concrete goal of the aid that's going there? Now we're talking about artillery and more. Is the goal a battlefield defeat for Russia ultimately? Not a compromise, not no gray areas. Just
we're doing everything we can to equip the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian leaders to effectively fight back in this military battle. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just to go back to the mask ruling, you mentioned some of the videos that we saw, but it certainly did prompt some very abrupt changes on Monday after it came down, passengers being told mid-flight to take their masks off. Can you share more about what the president's personal reaction was to the decision, to how it came down, and what unfolded over those couple of hours and the stories we're hearing about some of those flights?
I'm not sure we have a story here about some of those flights.
Stories that we're hearing now about parents talking about being on a flight with their kids and then being concerned because they were mid-flight. But just what was his reaction to the decision and what happened then over the next couple of hours on Monday?
Well, we obviously didn't expect the decision because we wouldn't have known in advance how a court would act. And we disagreed with the decision immediately. So the immediate steps were to determine what power we had to respond to that. Obviously, that came in the form of the Department of Justice, came in the form of the CDC acting and putting out the statements that they did. But we also don't take photos of flights as data about how the country reacts to issues. As whether they're ripping off their masks or not. I mean, our focus here was seeing what power we had to preserve what we felt was in the public health interest of the country.
And president's COVID advisor's concerned that there could be an increase in cases, a spike in cases in the coming weeks because specifically the mask mandate being lifted?
Well, I'm not going to make a projection of that because I'm not a doctor, and certainly I can check with our health team and see if they have any predictions of that. Obviously, they wanted more time because they've seen rising cases, and they feel it is in our interest to preserve the mask mandate, even for that short period of time, or have the authority moving forward in case cases go up, and we needed to take that step in the future. But I don't have a prediction of rising cases. I would point you to the CDC or other health officials. Go ahead.
Jen, there are reports that Mexico media is stating that the Mexican government has decided to dismantle a binational police group that was fighting Mexican cartels or drug cartel operations down there. I wonder if the administration is aware of that and if you have any reaction to that.
I'm happy to check with our NSC team and see if they have any specific reaction. Go ahead.
Thanks. First of all, on Israel, does the administration have a reaction to the recent deadly clashes in Israel with Palestinians? Does it change your stance on the Abraham Accord, or do you have a different view now on how to achieve peace in that region?
We are deeply concerned by the recent violence in Jerusalem, at the Temple Mount, on the Temple Mount, and across the West Bank. We also strongly condemn the recent rocket attack on Israel. We continue to call on all sides to exercise restraint, avoid provocative actions and rhetoric, and preserve the historic status quo of the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount. We also continue to urge Israeli and Palestinian officials to work cooperatively to lower tensions and ensure the safety of everyone. And we, of course, continue to closely follow the situation on the ground and stay in touch through diplomatic channels.
Does it change your stance on the Abraham Accords, or
there is no change on our stance?
On Cuba, as you know, administration officials are meeting with Cuba to discuss maybe including them again in migration policy. What might that look like in the future, and is that a possibility?
Well, I would say that we see these talks as pretty standard. The migration talks provide an opportunity for discussions on migration issues between Cuba and the United States, and they're part of regular order meetings continuing over nearly 30 years of engagement with Cuba on migration matters. We maintain these in order to discuss safe, orderly, and legal migration. That remains of primary U.S. interest. So beyond what they will look like, I mean, to us, this is just a standard operating process and discussions that have been happening over the course of many years. The last ones were, of course, in 2018.
And then finally, just on some of the munitions being sent to Ukraine, how does the administration justify sending Claymore munitions, which critics say are quite dangerous and in their anti-personnel mine form have been banned by 160 countries, including Ukraine?
I'd point you to the Department of Defense to speak to any specifics of the military equipment or assistance we're providing. Obviously, we're providing this to a country that is facing an invasion by Russia that is targeting their civilians and their people, and this is meant to effectively help them fight that war. Thanks, everyone.
Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Keyshawn Sewell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. On behalf of our executive team and the entire New York City Police Department, thank you so much. We are joined here today by New York City Mayor Eric Adams, by our partners John DeVito, the Special Agent in charge of the New York Field Office of the ATF, Ralph Sozio, U.S. Marshal for the Southern District of New York, who is our partner in the Regional Fugitive Task Force, Jano Lieber, the Chair and CEO of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Isaac Rothbart, Chief Financial Officer of the New York City Police Foundation, and by several members of the NYPD and the public who are being recognized for their exceptional work they did together after the attack on rush hour commuters a week ago. The mayor will recognize them in a moment, but I want to say that each of these individuals exemplifies the determination and courage that makes us all proud to be New Yorkers. Their actions remind us every day, in every corner of our city, we are surrounded by heroes, some of whom wear the NYPD uniform and others who live and work in New York, but are often the strongest allies and our proudest partners in the NYPD. Behind each one of these officers, there are teams of other members who contributed to this effort. There just isn't a room big enough to hold them all. The work of these officers and civilians is further proof that public safety in New York City is truly a shared responsibility. Shortly before 8:30 a.m. last Tuesday, 911 calls streamed in. A northbound N train in Brooklyn was under attack. Innocent victims were harmed. From those first moments after the attack, as they do in every case, NYPD officers and investigators rushed toward danger, even amid reports that there were still live explosives on the train. As the Austin Bomb Squad secured the scene, officers helped rescue the wounded and continued working to gather evidence, identify a suspect, and build a case. Their meticulous work accomplished a tremendous amount in a very short period of time. To connect a key to a van, and that van to a name, and then a picture to a person of interest. We then connected the purchase of the gun recovered at the scene to the same person, who then became our suspect. As thousands of investigators and officers searched for that suspect throughout the day and night on Tuesday, a strategic decision was made to publicly identify the shooter, disseminate his photo, and engage the eyes and ears of millions of New Yorkers in tracking him down. The New York City Police Foundation stepped forward and contributed $25,000, half of the total $50,000 reward. The detective work was solid, and the decision to engage New Yorkers was working. It caused the assailant's world to close in around him, giving him nowhere left to run, and little option to call the tip line himself, because he was seeing his photograph everywhere. In truth, by the time his self-initiated tip came in, several everyday New Yorkers had already stepped up and done the same. Each saw something troubling and took action. One took photos and posted them to social media, which led him to detectives and then to Crime Stoppers. At the same time, resources were deployed to the area around Canal Street to intensify that search. 3 others then spotted the suspect and flagged down officers on patrol. These good Samaritans provided timely, accurate information that enhanced and sharpened the NYPD's efforts. This teamwork, police officers and the public joining forces, is what makes all of us proud. It was said nearly 200 years ago that the police are the public and the public are the police. As the mayor said well last week, we got him. Working together, we got a violent offender off the streets. Our success in this investigation highlights how the public is such an effective force multiplier in our public safety mission. So to all of you, our uniformed officers, our brave force responders, our detectives, the dogged investigators you are, and to our dedicated civilians, partners, and friends, please know how grateful I am to all of you. Last week, our city was once again on the world stage, and your civic mindedness and collaboration showed everyone why this is the best city with the best people anywhere. You should all be incredibly proud, and you should know how truly proud this city is of all of you. New York owes you a debt of gratitude, and we are honored to have you with us today. And now I'd like to introduce the mayor for the city of New York, Eric Adams.
Thank you so much for your powerful words. And, I also want to personally thank the police commissioner on that day last week when she texted me early in the morning. After our morning briefing, I started to get dressed and leave Gracie Mansion, and then I said, Donna, you have COVID, where are you going? And it was only after the first hour or so of her constant communication, knowing I was going through anxiety of not being there on the ground, that she kept me updated. And I watched the unfolding of the professionalism that comes with not only the police department, but this city. I saw the videos of the passengers helping their fellow New Yorkers as they left the trains. I saw the notifications of a dangerous truck in our community and the detectives and police officers going to do the grid search to identify that truck, placing us all at ease. I saw the FBI and the ATF and the governor. I saw this complete picture of what makes New York, New York. And I don't know if you're the one, the young man in the back, who sent out that first tweet. And when I read your story, when people state that young people are not engaged and not involved, you turn that question mark into an exclamation point of, you're damn right, this is your city too. Doesn't matter if you 8 or 80, we are New Yorkers. And poor chief of detectives, you're so darn good that they looked at 30 hours catching the bad guys and criticizing. That is unbelievable. 3 days to take to get the Boston bomber. Case after case after case you solve. No matter what it is, your detectives are doing the good old-fashioned work to get it done. And my brother, Lieber, your teams responded miraculously. Always there. The partnership between the NYPD and MTA is so impressive. You and I have the same mission, combined to that mission. And no matter what all your guys did, people tried to turn that story around. We're joined at the hip. We're going to make sure our system is safe. And I'm proud to serve with you every day as we do it together. And my men and women of the New York City Police Department, the subtext to this story are the names who called in the tips. I bet you if you were to ask them, they're probably first-generation New Yorkers. They're probably the first to really participate in this dream we call the American dream. But they love this city so much that they went after the person that tried to destroy our way of life. And I hear some say, well, he called himself in. Listen, if a rat rolls in his own hole, it's because we closed around him and he had nowhere else to go. He was smart to turn himself in. That is why he turned himself in. Not because he was altruistic. Because of the job we did that gave him no other choice but to turn himself in. We did it right. And don't let naysayers tell you that as a city, we did not respond correctly. We saw the threat, we identified the threat, we arrested the threat, and our city is better because of that. Better because of that. And so those who wore uniforms, the blue uniforms or blue jeans, everyday New Yorkers came together. And today is one of the many acknowledgments that we are making. With our TA employees last week, the civilians and the law enforcement coming together today and saying thank you. Canvassing of areas to see video footage, interviewing witnesses, tracking down the gun, finding the van, identifying where the gun was purchased. All of our partners come together We need to celebrate who we are. Not allow one person that created that act to believe we're not New Yorkers and the resiliency of our city. But his apprehension is a message to everyone that believe they can carry a gun and carve bullets of hate and destruction through our community. We will find you, we will arrest you, we will prosecute you. This city belongs to us. It belongs to that young man there that's aggravating his mom right now. That's the beauty of this city. The city belongs to you, young man. This is your city. And we're going to make sure you grow up in this city, free from hurt, harm, and danger. That's why we do this every day. That's the promise I'm giving you as your mayor. That's the promise the police commissioner is giving you. That's the promise these men and women up here are giving you. This city belongs to you and your family and the families of New Yorkers. Thank you.
And now the man who will be forever known as the poor chief of detectives, James Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, the NYPD does have some of the greatest detectives in the world. We have seen this time and time again as they have quickly arrested brutal and deranged criminals. But in many of these incidents, high profile and non-media stories, we ask for the public's help. That's why we put out videos, the still shots to the media. In many cases, this one in particular, where a vicious and unprovoked attack on strap hangers occurred, the public answered that call. So first and foremost, I want to thank the members of the public for their numerous tips, the people being honored here today. I want to thank Joe Galata, the chief of Brooklyn South Detectives, who spearheaded this investigation with his team. The media for getting out those stills, that video that helped us solve this case. The ATF, the FBI, the Eastern District, the U.S. Marshals, the New York City Police Foundation, Sue Birnbaum, Isaac Rothberg, and can't speak highly enough of the cooperation in this case. It was great. So with that, I'd just like to turn it over to the chairman of the MTA, Jen Oliva.
How do you follow this, Mayor? Wow.
I just have a couple of things I want to say. I want to say thank you, first of all, to Mayor Adams, to Police Commissioner Sewell for bringing us together here today. I know I speak for Governor Hochul when I say thank you for all you're doing. All of us at the MTA are incredibly grateful for the partnership, Mayor, that you talked about so movingly. Last week's shooting was a horrific moment for New York, but it showed us the best of our city, as tragedy often does. The mayor spoke about this again so movingly. From people on the platforms helping to triage victims to the MTA's own heroic workers who were honored at City Hall last week, and of course the dogged investigators and the alert tipsters who have helped to bring the suspect to justice. Today we're celebrating that last group, the NYPD, federal law enforcement partners, and the civilians who called in the tips. The transit system, I always say, is New York's most important and iconic public space. It doesn't feel like a church or a synagogue or a mosque, but I say it's sacred space. It's because it's the place we share where we prove every day that people of all varieties and backgrounds can come together, get along, and create something special. We rely on each other underground because this essential ecosystem only works if we have each other's backs. And the shooting last week proved again that we do. Now, I'm not going to disagree that cash incentives are obviously helpful, but we know that our fellow New Yorkers are always using their eyes and ears to help, irrespective of cash incentives, to help each other. Tipsters who help the police are usually anonymous, so it's special to be with you all today, to be able to acknowledge them in person on behalf of Governor Hochul and of all New York City commuters. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, thank you to our NYPD partners who come through for us every day, along with the ATF, the FBI, the marshals, and everybody in law enforcement who worked this case. Keeping the transit system safe is a 24/7 job, and we're going to keep working with Commissioner Sewell, with Chief Wilcox, and the entire team every day. I was out in Brooklyn early this morning to check out some of the joint city and state end-of-line operations at key stations, Flatbush, Brooklyn College, Stillwell. I got a chance to speak to some of the officers and to thank them for what they're doing every day, not just on days of incredible drama and heroism as we're celebrating today, but that kind of dedication that I see and that I speak with officers about starts at the top. So I cannot finish by thanking Mayor Adams for your incredible leadership, for making subway safety one of your top priorities, and Commissioner Sewell for making it real. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so now we're going to get to the part we're all here for, which is we're going to present some proclamations. So our first goes to Deputy Inspector Ralph Clement, Commanding Officer of the 9th Precinct.
I can't shake hands and talk about it.
Everybody good? Thank you.
And now to the team that effected the arrest, Sergeant James Keating of the 9th Precinct.
Thank you.
Everybody good?
Thank you. Congratulations.
Sergeant Keating's operator, Detective Specialist Sean Donahue from the 9th Precinct.
Thank you, Sean. Good job.
Everybody good?
30 hours is a long time, especially if you work the whole 30 hours without sleeping. Deputy Chief Joseph Galata, Commanding Officer, Detective Bureau, Brooklyn South.
Everybody good? Good.
30 hours, no sleep.
Lieutenant, Commander of Detectives Sean Collins, Commanding Officer, Brooklyn South Homicide. Sergeant Jacqueline Catalano, Commanding Officer of the 72nd Precinct Detective Squad.
Thank you. Can't shake hands. Let me up.
Put them down when you're done. Put them down when you're done. Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Detective Anthony Biondolillo, common spelling, 72nd Precinct Detective Squad.
How are you? Good, man. Thank you.
He is the case detective. And we do all of this with our federal partners, and they are accepting for their agencies and their agents. John DeVito, Special Agent in Charge, New York Field Division of the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Now, we would have here, and I should mention, Mike Driscoll from the FBI. Mike has been called to an emergency involving a shooting in Yonkers, so I will accept for the JTTF. And that brings us to Ralph Sozio, United States Marshal for the Southern District of New York.
Well, what's up, brother? You know, I got to just do a test. Next week I'll be able to shake your hand. You know, those guys in the Daily News and write about me.
Ralph is in charge of the Regional Fugitive Task Force, which was on the hunt for the suspect in this case till he surrendered. Mr. Francisco Puebla.
Francisco. Paso. You can't shake your hand. Watch that guy from the NBA. Thank you, brother.
Okay, you got family over here? Yep. Good. Guys, put them down when you're done.
As you know, Francisco and two other individuals were involved in pointing out the suspect to the officers when they arrived on the scene. Mr. Sheikh Mohammed.
Hey. Assalamu alaikum, man. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Put them down when you're done, guys. Put them down when you're done. Good? All right. Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother.
And Mr. Zach Tahan.
Zach, you could have done the rest yourself, man.
Put them down when you're done. Put them down when you're done. Thank you.
And the man who combines social media acumen with camera work and citizenry, Mr. Jack Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That camera's over here.
Wait, okay, good, man. Thank you.
So the theme today, obviously, is about partnership, about teamwork, and as the police commissioner said, that we are all in this together as police and citizens. That concludes our ceremony for today. What do we got? That concludes our ceremony for today. We're going to be doing photographs to the right of the podium with our awardees.
Actually, we're going to fill in both sides, behind the podium and in front. Otherwise, we're not going to fit.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Sorry.
Both sides.
So, I'm sorry, if you're taller, you have to stand behind. Shorter towards the front, taller behind. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you can have a seat. And sir, just a reminder that you're still under oath, Mr. Depp, okay? All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Ms. Heard. When did Ms. Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude, or the way that she would begin to speak to me, things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong. So these little digs and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name-calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. If there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage. And part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I've experienced within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Ms. Heard to either verbally decimate me or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day. It's not a happy week. It's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry? What would happen? Well, if they continued to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story. When you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Ms. Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with, throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Ms. Heard, those things were. Those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when it came to my kids. I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Ms. Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit? I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost.
cost. I don't care what for. I just want to be famous. That's one thing. That's one part of it. If you have a hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, I mean, basically the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived. And in the second, in the instant, which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Ms. Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that I had no idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before. I couldn't understand how in 52 years or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. I mean, one learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know. So the road is what I pay attention to, and paying attention to trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs.
So,
and that was something that once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire, and that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before bits of your brain start to just, bits of your brain, bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true, and you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up, it's to bring you down, it's to demean you, it's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that it's grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage sort of high school tactics, this bullying, if you will, was becoming too much to take.
So why did you stay with Ms. Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I can only say that I stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, I had no interest in being the words that they use that I dislike very much, a celebrity or an entertainer, or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone, and I don't, again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who's been very, very fortunate over the years, and I can only say it's luck in the sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning, and you run with it, and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are a, what do they call it, a public figure, that's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure, again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable, and that is to say that at that point anybody can say anything they want to about you. And that's happened to me over 36 years or more, that things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. And this is even early on. So this is where that privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity, that's where that sticks a knife in you. Because it's one of those, that's one of those situations where you're on relationship with Vanessa, and that was lost. And I didn't want to fail. I wanted to try to make it work. I thought maybe I could help her. I thought maybe I could bring her around, because the Amber Heard that I knew for the first year and a half was not this suddenly this opponent. It wasn't my girl. It was she had become my opponent, and everything that I did just didn't fit her. It wasn't. She didn't accept it. So I stayed because, of course, I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving. Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain, and that you fear. Because when I would leave sometimes, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards, crying, screaming, I can't live without you, I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown screaming in the parking lot in front of my house, screaming to high heavens. It'd be 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was ludicrous. It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Ms. Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes. In fact, it was. I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation. And I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation, because I want you to hear what you've said to me tomorrow. So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? It was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it, so I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did, and we recorded the conversation. Which, when she was on tape, the first time, it escalated a bit, but she was, well, it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Ms. Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that ever change?
No, then then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. Even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is, as she has used the term, monster. Never switched to violence. Violence is unnecessary. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements. What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, you know, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out, that she had noticed that there was a great change in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or she would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Objection, Your Honor.
intense.
His belief about what monster meant in Ms. Heard's mind is
All
not
right.
relevant. There's no foundation.
Let me ask a different
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you use the term monster, what were you referring to in your conversations with Ms. Heard?
When I used the term monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you know, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So what do? You accept her vernacular, you accept what the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks, you know. So explaining the monster was for me I mean, she had told me many times that the monster was only me when I was using drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or you know, drinking like a, you know, some sort of drinking like I was a, you know, some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Ms. Heard affect your substance use?
Well, for example, when we were on the road, you know, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, you know, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, it never, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork it did. So yes, I had to have something to distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks. I had to have something to be able to maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while, because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her, and I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol, and especially it's not spirits, you know. I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature, but there was no. I had no. I've worked with therapists, drug counselors, who have actually said the words to me, because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
I think that's what's about to be testified to.
Oh, if you can make that clear, I guess.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one.
How How often would Ms. Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Ms. Heard drank, she took a shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Ms. Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night. Not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, or a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. And I stopped drinking. And I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking, but she did not. She continued, and I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, you know, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs, everything, except for the medication that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee, and he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving to to give him this award, and Christopher came up and accepted the award. We walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, you know, a little bit tink to toast Christopher in his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'd had half a glass of champagne with Christopher Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that award ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher, and I said to her, I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it, and I said I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine, and we were in the restaurant, and she absolutely lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room. And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. I think we're gonna have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having 1 glass or 2 glasses of wine, she went apoplectic. It was, I was weak. I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was, you know, I was gonna ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So at that point I said to her, okay, listen, how about this? You want to support me not drinking? I've never asked you this before. How about you stop drinking? How about you get sobriety and share this sobriety with me to support me and help me through this?
What did she say to that?
No. No. She said no. She said she didn't have a problem. But I've never had a physical addiction to alcohol. I don't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard use other illicit drugs in your presence?
Several times.
And what drugs were those?
She was always quite fond of MDMA, which is ecstasy, and mushrooms, and she had some medications that she was on already that were, well, one in particular was quite a high velocity speed, if you will. Called, I don't know if I can say the name. Am I allowed to say the name? It doesn't matter.
That's not necessary. How often did you see Ms. Heard take MDMA?
Well, a dozen times, 20 times, over the course of the years, during the course of the years.
And what about mushrooms?
Mushrooms a little less. Mushrooms probably 6, 7 times.
Mr. Depp, do you recall at the beginning of her opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to a comment about one of your tattoos?
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Ms. Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Ms. Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. That's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention, there was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. You know, for example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So no one can go back, or no one should go back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? That allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Are there any tattoos that you had that Ms. Heard had an issue with, to your understanding?
Well, a tattoo that I believe is up here, which used to say Winona Forever, who was a former girlfriend, and we'd been together for a few years. Winona Ryder, and when we broke up, how do you fix that? I did go back and rewrite my journal to some degree. I took off the last 2 letters and had it say Wino Forever, just because I thought it was again, through pain comes humor. Humor has to come in there at some point, into the pain. And that's how you play it out in your mind. So I I have, I think sometimes abstractly in that sense, so I changed it to Wino Forever. Any other tattoos? Well, she was very encouraging in me getting a tattoo of her name, or whatever, and I waited a while, and then I did it. I got a full tattoo of her, and it ironically wasn't long after that 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 everything started going sideways. I was doing anything I could to bring a smile to her face, as opposed to the frown and then the onslaught of whatever problems she was seeing or experiencing. I would try to wake her up with laughter, you know, singing stupid songs in her ear while she, you know, I generally just tried to keep bringing her mood up. Sometimes it worked, many times it didn't. But I tried, and I wanted to try, because, as I said, I didn't want to fail. And at the time, not knowing fully, not understanding fully what I was, if you'll excuse the term, up against, I kept trying. I kept trying, but to no avail whatsoever. Okay, it just got worse.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to fast forward a little bit to May of 2014. Could you please tell the jury what project you were working on in May of 2014?
May of 2014. May of 2014. There were a number of films that I made in succession. I can't remember if that might have been Pirates. No, I can't. Mordecai, or May of, I don't remember. Can you remind me what May of 2014 film was?
Were you filming Black Mass in Boston of May of 2014?
Yes, okay, yes. Yes, excuse me. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. I was filming a film called Black Mass in Boston. And Mr. Hurd had come with me. And I had to, for the film, I had to, there were very early calls to work, because I had a number of prosthetics glued to my face, and blue contacts, so that I could resemble the the actual, it's based on the true story of James Whitey Bulger. And so I had to go in quite early to get the prosthetics glued to my face and all that, and then you'd work, you know, the whole day, and then at the end of the night, they would remove the prosthetics, which takes if it took 3 hours to put them on, it took about an hour to take them off, you know. So on top of what could be anywhere between a 14, 16, 17-hour day of work, you know, what with the application of the makeup and then the taking off of the applications.
Was Miss Heard staying with you in Boston during the entire time that you were making that film?
Yes. Yes, she was.
And who from your staff was in Boston with you during that time?
Jerry Judge. Keenan Wyatt, Stephen Duders, Nathan Holmes, I believe. And I believe Malcolm Connolly was there as well. So I would have assistants, sound technician, security. I believe that was it.
Mr. Depp, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wyatt about a flight that you and Mr. Wyatt and Ms. Heard were on from Boston to LA in May 2014. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what you remember about that specific flight?
I remember that as I was still shooting, filming Black Mass, before I did Black Mass, the film, my sister Christy and I were talking about the oxycodones that I had been. Again, you know, that was the monkey on my back. That she came to me. She told me she'd read this book of Dr. Kipper's book, and I read Dr. Kipper's book, a good majority of it, and I agreed that I would do the detox. I would kick the opiates, but there was no time to do it before the film. So when the nurse, which was Nurse Debbie Lloyd, when she came to Boston, she had asked me, what is your dosage? How many of these are you taking per day? And, you know, someone who had been under, under the kind of lock and key of a prescription drug that is highly addictive. I mean, with built-in barbs, this drug does not want you to stop taking it. She asked me how many I took per day, or my dosage, and of course, as any person who is addicted and essentially a fool to the drug, and you know how important it is because you have felt the sting when you don't have it. So I'd agreed to detox, and she asked me how many I took. I told her, obviously, more than I was taking, purely because when you're in that frame of mind, the one thing that you do not want to, a situation you don't want to find yourself in, is having no access to the thing that will make you not high. It will make you, it gets you, you only get better from it. If you start to get the shakes and the tremors and you know, you could feel this traveling into your system. Your receptors are out in mass, and your receptors are demanding that drug. If you don't give the drug to the receptors, you will start going into a pretty nasty withdrawal, and it could, which could and has ended in sort of seizures. You can go into pretty nasty seizures. So I had told Debbie Lloyd more than was necessary, so that I could always have one or two in my pocket on the just in case, so I didn't find myself, on a plane or anywhere without one in my pocket to stop the inevitable body cramps and nausea and stomach cramps and seizure of the bones and the shaking, and also it's quite an emotional ride as well. So yes, before the flight, Amber and her assistant, Savannah McMillan, wanted to be picked up in New York and then have the plane fly to Boston to pick me up, to bring us back to Los Angeles. We had spoken the night before. We had argued the night before. She was most definitely looking for she was looking for a fight, actively searching for a way to instigate a fight with me. And I had taken 2 of these opiates, these roxycodones, and I can tell you now, some of you may be very, very well aware of this, opiates are extreme downers. So if you have enough opiates in you, you will essentially go on what's called the nod. You'll just drop into sleep. So I've heard the words blackout used, and there's a grave difference between a blackout from alcohol abuse, because that is a person who has ingested enough alcohol to render them, they can still behave, and they can still stand and talk and scream and yell and cry and do whatever they do, and never remember a thing. And generally they're always embarrassed by it. A blackout is a very, very different animal to the opiate taking you into dreamland. So when I arrived on the plane, I was not feeling any pain. and I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl, and I sat on the plane drawing. I was drawing in my notebook. She would verbally heckle, hassle, accuse, poke, prod physically, you know, poke and prod psychologically, emotionally, just, and finally, you know, as was my, the one thing I learned, if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight into the bathroom. So I walked back into the back of the plane. I grabbed a pillow and I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and lay down on the bathroom floor and went to sleep. And that's where I remained for the rest of the flight.
How much, if any, alcohol had you had before you got on the flight?
I honestly don't recall having any alcohol. I mean, maybe there was the sort of glass of champagne when you got on the plane or something like that, the initial thing, you know, people order glasses of wine. People also tend to have a few drinks before a plane takes off because some people don't like the turbulence and the this and the that, so it's a little bit of a liquid courage, you know. But I certainly, after ingesting 2 of the roxycodones, alcohol was not necessary. So I can tell you now that I was not drinking to excess, certainly not. And if I had, I'd probably been in the bathroom hugging porcelain as opposed to sleeping on a pillow.
Who else was on that flight that you can recall?
I remember Jerry Judge was on the flight. Savannah was on the flight. Ms. Hurd. Keenan, Wyatt, Stephen Duders. I believe that's it.
What do you recall happening after you arrived back in LA? Go back to the same home together after that flight?
No, I don't believe, no, we didn't. I don't believe we did. I think she had decided if this is the time. Pretty sure. I believe she had decided to check herself into the Chateau Marmont. There's so many of these, it's hard to sort of keep them all straight.
Who would have paid for Ms. Hurd to stay at the Chateau Marmont?
I would have paid for it. If she wanted to go to the Chateau Marmont, I wasn't going to let her pay for it, no matter the circumstances. I wasn't going to let her pay for it because I knew that that might get expensive for her. So generally, I would take care of things of that nature.
And why, did Ms. Heard tell you why she was staying at the Chateau Marmont?
No. Well, I mean, she was clearly upset, and she was irate, and I can't say that it was a bad idea for her to stay at the Chateau Marmont at that time. I don't know why she went to the Chateau, since she still had her apartment on Orange, I believe, and the penthouse, because I could have gone to Sweetser, but she went to the Chateau Marmont.
Mr. Depp, do you recall why you were flying from Boston to LA in May 2014?
I can't remember if it was a break from the film or if I had finished the film, and that was before we went, well, before I was supposed to go to the island to detox from the opiates.
I think I'm about to switch gears, so
Okay,
if this is a good time for a break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have our morning recess. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. All right. And sir, again, since you're still on the stand, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, including your attorneys, okay? All right, we'll come back at 11:35, all right? Thank you.
Your Honor.
Ready for the jury? Okay. All right, thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, who's Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper is he's been my doctor ever since I'd met him in, I believe it was that May of 2014, or around there in Boston.
And why were you connected with Dr. Kipper?
My sister Christy knew, of course, that I had been addicted to the opiates, and she was concerned, and she brought me his book and talked to me heart to heart and asked me if I would be willing to go through the detox.
And what was your answer?
Yes, of course.
And you mentioned Debbie Lloyd. Can you please explain to the jury who she is?
Oh, Debbie Lloyd is a nurse who my doctor, Dr. Kipper, had assigned to my case to be the to oversee the detox and deliver the medications to me that would help with my with the effects of withdrawal that one goes through, to essentially try and knock you out so that you don't go through the nastiness of the affair.
Did Miss Lloyd stay on after the detox process as your nurse?
Yes, she did.
And when you were under Dr. Kipper's care, how often did you see Miss Lloyd?
On location every day. Yes, on location every day. Even when, after a year or two, I was still seeing her at least on a bi-weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week.
When did you start the detox process that you mentioned?
I know that I believe it was in August, July or August of 2015, 14, I cannot remember the year, 14, I guess.
And where did you do this detox process? We did the detox
process happened on, I have a place in the Bahamas. I'm never comfortable saying this, but it's an island. It's a very strange thing to say. But I thought that that would be the best place, the most private place where there were no worries of paparazzi or any of that. So it was a place where I could literally be, the only place where I can have actual anonymity. So I thought that would be the best place to do it.
Who came with you down to the island for the detox? Nurse Debbie Lloyd traveled with me on the plane. Ms. Heard. And I believe that was it on the plane to go to the island for the detox. I was not bringing security. I was not bringing assistance. In fact, initially, my sister Christy was going to go there to help Ms. Lloyd and the doctor through the detox, which made perfect sense since that the whole thing had been born out of her desire for me to get clean. So initially it was supposed to be Christy coming in place of Ms. Heard. There was a great part of me that was very uncomfortable with Ms. Heard coming along for that detox because as things could fluctuate very rapidly in our relationship, I was wary that those things would come up during what needed to be a very straight detoxification of these substances. And I was well aware that it was not going to be pleasant. I was well aware that I was going to go through quite a bit of physical changes, physical yes, I was afraid that it would be too much for her, and I also felt that she might be too much for me at the time. So then why did Ms. Heard come down to the island with you during the detox process?
She insisted. She switched places with Christy.
Could you please describe for the jury, Mr. Depp, what it feels like to go through a detox from opioids?
I would say the best way to describe it is it feels like it feels like the inside of you, the very inside of you, is trying to escape the body. So it becomes obviously very physical, and so therefore you'll go into a withdrawal would mean that you would go into you'd have immense cramps in your stomach, your muscles would seize, my body would shake. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced before. Part of it was, so the best way to explain it, for example, there was a situation that when we were on the island and I was going through the detox, and it was hitting pretty hard at that point. And Ms. Heard had made a deal with Nurse Debbie and Dr. Kipper to stay at their end of the island, and that she would administer the drugs to me, administer the medications that I needed to not go into for lack of a better word, these intense, sharp, painful heebie-jeebies. And there was a moment when I could feel my body starting to tense, and I could feel the withdrawals coming on, and they come on quick, and they're not discreet. They go straight for the jugular. I mean, like I said, when your receptors are in full bloom and begging for the substance, the drug, the opiates that my body had become used to, these receptors that were being fed by. There was a moment when it was coming on very fast, and I was sitting on the couch in the little house that we all saw on the island. Miss Heard was at she was in the sort of kitchen area, and she was chopping vegetables, I remember. And I think it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the effects of the withdrawals were really coming on. And I said to Miss Heard, I'm going to need the meds now. And she said, she looked at the clock and she said, "It's not time." And I said, no, you don't understand. This is not about clocks and watches and things. I'm going into the ship, and it was visible. And I hate saying this, and I hate to have to admit this. But that was, I believe that was about the lowest point in my life. That was the lowest I'd ever felt as a human being. Because I had to say, please, please, may I have the meds? Because it's really kicking in. And she was adamant, no, it's not time, it's not time. So in explaining how these withdrawals start to take over your body, when I was begging at that point for the meds, I found that I had sort of rolled off the couch and I was sitting on the floor crying. I mean, tears streaming down my face, begging another human being to please give me the meds that will take this away. And she would not. She was adamant that, nope, it's not time, 4 o'clock. So the only thing that one can do in that situation is you have to trick the body. You have to manipulate your body away from those, well, you have to trick the body to get away from the receptors. So the only thing that one can do is you go straight to the shower and you put it on scalding water and you stand underneath the scalding shower and essentially you're burning the top, your skin is burning from the heat of the water. And what that would do is it would trick the nerves away from the receptors because they had an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with, the nerves. So what it does is the scalding shower would reverse those nerve endings and they would go up to the top of the skin because there was a problem there. So that's how I was able to bypass those withdrawal symptoms at times. It doesn't fully take them away, but what it does is it tricks your body into thinking that there's something going horribly wrong on top. So it keeps them away from the receptors. After that, I had a conversation with Nurse Debbie and with Dr. Kipper, and I said, I don't believe, I told them that she had denied me the meds when I was in need, and then I told them that I don't think that this is going to work here anymore. I think we have to leave the island, and I need to be, she can't be with me while I'm going through the rest of this detoxification. So I told them we should leave the island. I asked them if they understood what I was doing, and they did. So we went back to Los Angeles, and then I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me 5 days, 7 days, whatever it took, to get finished with the rest of this horrific detox and the pain.
Did Ms. Heard give you that time?
She did, reluctantly, yes. I was immediately accused of throwing her out. I was accused of abandoning her. I was accused of not appreciating all that she had done to get me to this point where I was, which was kind of an interesting argument for me. I begged her, please, can I get a place at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I'll get you and your friends a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where you can all stay together and have a grand old flag. You can have fun, you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to sit around Mr. Shaky. And she wasn't happy about it, but it was very necessary. So she did eventually leave for about five days or so, and I sat in after a few days, I sat in just a metal chair with one song on a loop that I could focus on the lyrics and the power of the song to help me get through it. And even once the effects, started to go away, that is the pain, I was still in this, something strange that happens. You feel electricity in your body. You feel this electric, very foreign, and you're just sitting there like going through it. And I didn't understand what the electricity was until probably, and this lasted for, the electricity, that feeling lasted for a month, 2 months. And I finally realized at a certain point what that electricity was. And I was feeling, that's what it was. I was actually feeling without the aid of the drug, without the aid of any drugs. I mean, I'd had refused with Dr. Kipper and Nurse Debbie and Amber at the table before she left for the hotel with her friends. I had refused to continue taking the phenobarbital and the lithium because to me it was just another drug in the way. It seemed like it was just another hurdle to get over. And I would rather just get it out of my system now and move forward. Maybe I wouldn't have had the electricity. Maybe I wouldn't have felt as quickly, but I didn't want to take phenobarbital and lithium and Seroquel and Neurontin and all these other things. And the worst of the two, I believed, were the phenobarbital and the lithium. So I went through that
We continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. As we continue to really talk about, there is a lot of celebrity news out there, and probably still the biggest one right now is this Johnny Depp defamation trial. So let's bring in right now TMZ's Michael Babcock with the very latest. Michael, there's a lot of dirty laundry that's being out there and is out there in the public now.
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me. Yeah, and it's almost surreal, Mike, as I'm watching this trial and watching Johnny Depp, who is, you know, no matter if you like him or not, is one of the biggest celebrities in the world and has been for decades now, to see him on that stand in front of an open court, just talking about some of the most intimate and most personal details of his relationship with Amber Heard is almost hard to believe. And look, this is something that didn't have to happen, but Johnny Depp decided to file this lawsuit against Amber Heard for $50 million, alleging that she has defamed him over the years, making a whole host of accusations, Mike, saying that he'd done everything from get physical with her to just treating her very poorly. And she has filed a countersuit for $100 million, and it has been like a soap opera in that courtroom. Johnny Depp has talked about their relationship, said that it started out perfectly. They met on a movie set. He thought she was the perfect partner in every way, from the way she looked to the taste in music that she had. But he says that after a year and a half, things took a turn for the worst, and she turned into a different person, was controlling, was telling him what time he should go to bed, was getting angry with him if he literally took off his own boots because she wanted to do it for him. So paints the picture of somebody who was one person when they met, and things again took a bad turn. He also said, and this was probably the biggest thing to come out of the testimony so far today, that Amber Heard was suicidal. And that's something that we had not heard before. But again, bottom line, Mike, is that these are two people who were once very much in love, who are just destroying each other on the witness stand here. And Amber Heard is going to have her time in court too. And you better believe she is going to have some accusations that she levies against Johnny Depp. And I don't know that either of them survived this.
No. And you talk about, you know, she'll have her time either. She's taking notes right now. There's times where we see that happening from Johnny Depp's, you know, on the stand there. But what about also the whole drug abuse situation that we're hearing Johnny really detail? And when I'm hearing this, it's almost amazing that this guy was able to complete movies the way that he was talking about opioid drug abuse and so much more.
Right. Talks about those, you know, oxycodone pills, obviously very, very strong medication here. Obviously an issue that the country's been dealing with. And you're right, Mike, you wonder how he could possibly even function with some of these stories that we're hearing. Then you hear about Johnny Depp talking about Amber Heard's, what he says was alcohol abuse, that he says, hey, look, I was willing to stop the drinking, but she wasn't willing to stop the drinking, and it got out of control. So it's just these two just lobbing these accusations at each other. And again, I really think both of them are going to come out of this, and they're going to be severely hurt from a public image standpoint.
Yeah, how does that even work then for, you know, future movies and production companies? I mean, wouldn't they kind of second guess or second think maybe booking them?
Certainly. And you know, he filed a lawsuit overseas, and a defamation lawsuit, because Amber Heard had claimed that Johnny was abusive with her. And Johnny Depp lost that lawsuit. And a lot of people, a lot of legal experts and PR experts questioned that move at the time. They say, hey, Johnny, you know, why didn't you just let this go? Why are you bringing this back up and having people talk about you possibly being a domestic abuser? And there was a lot of confusion why he filed that lawsuit. And there's the same confusion here, Mike. This is something that didn't have to be in the courtroom right now. Johnny Depp chose for this to be blasted across the country, and he's going to have to live with the repercussions. And I do think there are going to be repercussions here. I really do.
Absolutely. And we keep watching and watching there for new developments there. All right, let's talk about another case that people are going to be following here. This is the Kardashians taking on Black China and everything that's going on with that. What do we know about this one?
You can't make this stuff up. So Black China, who of course was Rob Kardashian's girlfriend, they had a baby together. She has filed a lawsuit against the Kardashian family, alleging that the Kardashians torpedoed the reality show, which was called Rob in China, which was on television a few years ago. Didn't have all that much success. Certainly not like the Kardashian show has had. Well, so she files this lawsuit. So the Kardashians were in the courtroom this week, which surprised me. I didn't expect to see them there, including Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian. They were there for jury selection. So, Mike, this thing has been a circus. So they went through the normal questions that you normally ask a jury, but they also asked prospective jurors, hey, have you guys seen the Kardashian reality show? Well, there was one juror who said, well, no, I haven't seen the Kardashian reality show, but I have seen the Kim Kardashian sex tape. So he makes that comment. The attorneys say, well, would you be able to set aside the sex tape and listen to the testimony and judge it fairly? And the person says, no, I don't think so. I think I'd have the sex tape playing in my head all along. So that is an indication of how this has gone so far. It's been wild. Then you had Blac Chyna's mother, a woman by the name of Tokyo Toni, who attacked the Kardashian family and specifically Kris Jenner on Monday. She said she looked like the character from the movie Saw. I don't know. That's what she said.
Wow.
So the judge kicks her out of court, Mike, says, you can't come back, Tokyo Toni. Well, what does Tokyo Toni do? Well, she goes on Instagram Live on Tuesday and seemingly threatens the judge, says, I'm going to get you, judge. So now you have a situation where Tokyo Toni could be viewed as having just made a threat to possibly a physical threat to a judge. So we will see if she faces any repercussions from that. But this is just like you would expect a Blac Chyna versus the Kardashians lawsuit to unfold. It's been just that so far.
Yeah, so something told me that it was going to be off the rails from the very beginning.
Right.
That is definitely what we're looking at right now. And then lastly here for celebrity news, rapper A$AP Rocky, you're on a private jet, you're landing in LA, you think everything's great, then you get arrested. What's going on here?
I know, think of that, Mike. So he was in Barbados, pretty great, with his girlfriend Rihanna. So he was on vacation with her, having a great time. We did a couple stories this week about how happy they looked, and then he touches back down in Los Angeles and is literally arrested, and it's very serious charges. So the allegation here is that, and I should say the arrest was assault with a deadly weapon, and that deadly weapon being a handgun. The accusation here, Mike, is that after a music festival in November of 2021, that A$AP Rocky got into an argument with somebody that he knew and fired a gun at this person 3 or 4 times. And the allegation again here, no conviction, of course, is that that A$AP actually grazed this person's hand with one of the shots. So he is now in custody of law enforcement here in LA, and we have this video of police enacting a search warrant, Mike, at his house, at his mansion in LA, and they are beating down his door with a battering ram. So again, I don't know, the celebrity news today is it's like the world is going to explode, but there's a lot of big stories going on right now.
Yeah, there really, really is. And you guys always do a great job at keeping track of that and updating everybody. TMZ's Michael Babcock, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you, Mike.
Yep, no problem.
Florida politics reporter A.G. Gankarski, who's been reporting on this story as well. A.G., good to see you. Talking about this from people who are not from the state of Florida, I think this is new to them, that essentially Walt Disney World operates as a kind of like Vatican City type principality within the state of Florida. Give us a sense of this arrangement, and how far does it go back?
It goes back to the 1960s, the Reedy Creek Improvement Act. The special district was set up to let Disney do the things it needed to do to basically become the Disney World that we know. So it got a lot of wide berths. It got the ability to build a power plant if it wants to, infrastructure, all of these things that it can do. And that's something that worked well for Florida for decade after decade. I mean, the symbiosis between Florida and Disney is documented. Fast forward to 2022 in the Parental Rights and Education Bill. That was something that Disney came out against. DeSantis, he went from being sort of lukewarm on it to a huge cheerleader of it. And by the time we got to the end of the session itself, there was a movement to take Disney's special privileges away. That's something that's been kind of building over the last month. And you saw it kind of build into a special session this week, where the special session was called for redistricting, but DeSantis added the Reedy Creek Improvement Act and these special districts to the special session writ large. And that's something that's already moved through the Senate. And it looks like the House is poised to approve it tomorrow. But the one thing about this is it isn't immediate. It's a sunset in June 2023. They have one more actual legislative session between now and then.
So that was my next question. You know, how will it fare in the House? We know it passed the state Senate there, but Florida Governor DeSantis, he's fundraising off this as well. Of course, he's running for re-election. But so many of his critics say he's just going after the woke capitalism that he believes Disney is kind of putting out there in the state of Florida. It's one of the state's largest employers. Has Disney weighed in on this at all?
Oh yeah, I mean, Disney said that they oppose the bill, that they want to repeal the bill, but there's no momentum for that. It's basically a Republican supermajority in the House. The Senate's pretty close to that, and that's best case scenario right now. So the idea that this bill is going to be repealed, that's fiction. That's not going to happen. Disney's not going to be able to give it to Republican politicians for a while. The relationship is mutually toxic, but what does Disney do? They back Democrats who are going to lose a bunch of races. They'll probably sit it out for a while. And as we saw with corporations after January 6th, they went away from Republicans, but they quietly came back. There are all kinds of ways to give to Republican interest. And I think you'll see that before Disney actually changing the law. The momentum isn't with that. DeSantis is winning the messaging war. And he's basically turned Disney into a piñata, which flies in the face of what national commentators thought, but it's on a day's work for DeSantis. He is basically governed as a hard-right culture warrior, and for Republicans in the state, it's worked.
Do you think, AG, though, that this will backfire on DeSantis? We know he kind of loves bringing to the fore these culture war issues. And I just want to remind our viewers, you know, Disney, the CEO, was quite reluctant to weigh in on what is known by its opponents as the Don't Say Gay bill, but the Parental Rights and Education bill, until he absolutely had to. And now this is kind of the byproduct of that, and we can get into kind of what this means for those who live in and around Disney World as well, if this were to go through. But do you think it could backfire on DeSantis?
I think this is more a negotiating ploy. I think what they want to do is get Disney kind of in line and send the message to corporations like, do not mess with the culture war stuff we're doing. Your tax breaks are in play. Disney is not the only corporation in the state that benefits from state support with tax breaks and other benefits. So, you know, this is a relationship that Disney ultimately would like to preserve. I mean, you see like Colorado recruiting Disney World. That's not realistic. Disney and Florida are yoked. Right now, they need some marriage counseling on this bill, but it's something that will work out because the stakeholders have to make it work out. And whether DeSantis backs down on this or not, rhetorically, it's not going to happen in the near-term future. But when it's be 2023 and they're looking at the sunset of this district being imminent, I don't see this legislature being able to pull that off in a way that is coherent. So this could be one of these kick the can down the road type deals that we see so often in politics, especially when these culture war issues come up.
Yeah, AG, my point about the backlash is there is kind of this underlying level, kind of a second-tier issue that this would create for some Florida taxpayers, especially in the counties that surround Walt Disney World, because Disney has a $2 billion bond debt. And so essentially, if their special status is stripped, that burden would go, from what I understand, to the Florida taxpayers in these surrounding counties, possibly raising their property taxes to make up for it. What do you think, and what do you make of the argument that essentially, the taxpayers are on the hook for Disney's debt after this?
Well, I mean, if it went through like that, possibly, but it's not going to go through like that because there are too many stakeholders and there are really too many competing interests. It's not as simple as saying, okay, this is done, Orange and Osceola, you're on your own with this debt. It's just simply not going to work that way. What the legislature did was basically a statement of intent. They intend to sunset it, but you're gonna have a different legislature in 2023. So, they could extend it quietly. They could come up with ways to restructure it. You can see a lot of noise and very few material changes in the end. Right now, this is scary and this sounds apocalyptic, but this is really an aspirational thing right now more than something that is guaranteed to happen, even if it does pass the House as we expect in the next 24 hours.
AG, I just want to read from your piece online today, quoting Governor DeSantis. He said, Disney has gotten away with special deals from the state of Florida for way too long. It took a look under the hood to see what Disney has become to truly understand their inappropriate influence. Are you confident that the relationship can be repaired in the state of Florida between Tallahassee and between Disney World?
Yeah, it will in time. It won't during this election cycle because obviously the governor is very devoted to this culture war messaging. Disney and all they represent make a convenient target. But this isn't a situation where Disney will leave the state. They will find a way to reconcile. It's going to take a little bit of time. And it's going to happen over the course of the fact of decoupling Disney from the special district and assigning its responsibilities to these counties is much harder to do than it is to say. Right now, they're saying they want to do it, but actually pulling it off is real legislative heavy lifting, and I don't know if this legislator will be able to do that in 2023.
Yeah, some commentators, of course, are saying don't rule out the power of Disney's lobbyists and lobbying arm. AG, last question for you. What will you kind of be looking forward to next steps-wise in the next couple of days on this story?
Well, the House will pass it. I think the governor will message around it very heavily. You'll see a couple of national press cycles around it, and then it will go away for a while because, it'll be the campaign season. It'll just become one of these other talking points. So I think this issue kind of gets sublimated by events, but when you get into the legislative session after the elections in 2022, we have some clarity of what the legislature is going to look like. They're going to have to deal with these issues in committee weeks, and that's when the rubber really hits the road. I mean, this is ultimately a legislative duty, not a gubernatorial duty. You have to keep that in mind. Legislation is messy, it's protracted, and it takes a long time, this particular bill notwithstanding.
A.G. Gankarski from Florida Politics, always appreciate your insight into these issues in the Sunshine State. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Safety regulators fining the Rust movie productions more than $136,000 for gun safety failures on the Rust movie set. Workplace safety regulators determining that the film production company didn't have proper safety measures in place on the movie set. So what does this mean for future cases moving forward? I want to bring in legal analyst Imran Ansari. Imran, thanks for being with us here on the show. Per usual, is this just the beginning for the production team?
Yeah, no, it is the beginning, because we do know that a number of lawsuits have been filed against the production company, Rust Productions, that was fined here by OSHA, but also a lot of individuals, including Alec Baldwin and other members of the Rust production. This OSHA finding is going to likely have bearing in those civil lawsuits, which may be stayed because there is a criminal investigation still ongoing. But Daytona, there's all these civil lawsuits that are pending out there, and I am pretty confident that the plaintiffs' attorneys there, the attorneys representing the family of Helena Hutchins and also Souza, who was shot and injured in this incident, are going to be taking this OSHA report, and when those cases are litigated, using it as a piece of evidence to show that this was a production which was marred by negligence. It was not following the proper safety protocol for the use and handling of firearms on set. And I think it's going to have implications in those civil lawsuits. Does it mean that because of this OSHA finding and the fine against the production company, that the production company and the individuals will be automatically held liable in a court of law in these civil lawsuits? No, it doesn't mean that, but it will be powerful evidence if it's going to come into court to show that an agency, a government agency in New Mexico, did find all these departures from the standard of care that should have been used on this film production set that led to this tragedy.
When you say implications, Imran, do you think that this would be more of a push for Rust Movie Productions to just settle on a lot of these cases?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be certainly those attorneys who are defending that production company and some of these individuals are going to be looking at this finding and assessing whether it may be more wise to settle with the family and the plaintiff rather than a drawn-out, protracted legal battle. Of course, there's going to be other considerations that go into that, such as indemnity, meaning, you know, agreements between the various parties as to whether one party would indemnify or cover the liability if there's an incident like this. And then, of course, there's insurance policy considerations. These movies, any movie production and production company has a ample amount normally of insurance to cover any liabilities that may arise on set. So I am certain that there is a production insurance policy covering this, and then it's going to be assessed whether settling through that insurance policy with these family is the wise move or whether they're going to litigate it. Interestingly enough, though, Daytona, is that the legal team for Alec Baldwin they're using this, or they're toting it as exoneration. A statement was released in which they're saying that the OSHA report exonerates Alec Baldwin. They're saying that because in the report, although he's named, they do specify that he was really in charge of script writing or script changes and also the creative aspects of things. So I'm sure they're going to be using that in their defense of all these lawsuits that have been filed.
Right, that was going to be my next question, because a lot of the blame obviously being shifted on the production team here, but we've seen lawsuits against Alec Baldwin himself too. So do you believe that any of those lawsuits will be successful against Alec Baldwin himself?
Yeah, I think the discovery phase of those cases will bear out. I don't think that the plaintiffs who have brought these lawsuits are going to necessarily, because of this OSHA report, agree that he had no liability here. I expect that they're going to keep him in the case, they're going to litigate it, and we're going to see whether his attorneys are able to extract him legally from these lawsuits. But I imagine there's still going to be a lot of litigation to follow this OSHA report.
For people who haven't been following this story quite as closely, I just want to highlight some of the failures that they're noting on this. They say that they didn't address 2 previous gun misfires on set. They didn't follow up on documented gun safety complaints from many of those crew members, and they didn't have a developing process to ensure that no live rounds were used on the set as well. And I think there was a pretty amateur person who was the armorer on the set as well, and general lack of gun safety training and safety meetings here. So many of these lawsuits are coming from members who were there on the set when it happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not only the victim's family you know, the individuals who were injured. It's the people who are on set who are crying out and claiming that it was an unsafe workplace to begin with, and that they are also plaintiffs and they were also damaged by what happened here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all these lawsuits play out, especially after this OSHA finding in New Mexico.
Okay, so this was a $136,000 fine, which was the highest that it could be. Is that pretty normal, or is that just for New Mexico?
Well, you have to consider that OSHA is a government agency. They don't have the ability necessarily to levy, you know, large fines. And, you know, I would expect that this is typical in New Mexico. This was the max we heard from that individual who was from the OSHA you know, agency in New Mexico, that this was the max under their state's guidelines. But OSHA fines typically are not exorbitant. You know, where you're going to see the real damages or real compensation is going to be through those civil lawsuits. And again, they're going to be looking to this OSHA finding and citing to it throughout those lawsuits to say that, look, here a government agency found that there was negligence and departures of the standard of care on set, and that's why you should fine for the plaintiff.
All right. Imran Ansari, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. We'll be watching this as it continues to develop with all of these other lawsuits in the books for the Rust movie productions and for Baldwin himself. Thanks for breaking it down.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Well, the CDC has asked the Department of Justice to proceed with an appeal in the federal mask mandate on public transit. Remember that Florida judge struck it down on Monday and frankly, chaos has ensued ever since. Joining me now to talk about the legal particulars of this is legal expert Andrew Cherkosky. Andrew, good to see you. You know, my main question in all of this is if the CDC thinks the public health emergency persists, and it is, in fact, an emergency still, why have they not issued an emergency stay in the order, essentially, putting the masks back on travelers on public transit?
Well, we saw travelers really rejoice on aircraft on Monday, didn't we? The ones who were flying, taking off their masks in the middle of flight. And so the question now, with this judge having declared the CDC's efforts to enforce masking on planes to be unlawful, what can the CDC do to fight that? So now they're saying that they want the DOJ to take it to the appeal court to challenge it. Right now, there's really nothing that the CDC can do to reinstate that, absent the DOJ going to the circuit court and asking them to put forward some sort of emergency stay, essentially putting the masks back on individuals. That has yet to be seen, because we're just hearing within the last couple of hours here that the CDC has formally asked the DOJ to fight this. And there's reasons why the CDC wants this fought. I think politically, there's reasons why Biden perhaps has no interest in continuing this fight.
Yeah, and Andrew, frankly, you didn't really see much, I guess, political will on the part of the Biden administration to fight this tooth and nail. We're now 2 days removed from this judge's ruling in Florida there, and we finally got word, because remember, yesterday, this all hinged on what the CDC was going to do. That was conditional for the DOJ to move forward with the appellate process. I just want to put up the statement that the CDC issued today. I'm going to read this in part. They say to protect CDC's public health authority, that's important, we can talk about that, beyond the ongoing assessment announced last week, CDC has asked DOJ to proceed with an appeal in Health Freedom Defense Fund, Inc. v. Biden. It is CDC's continuing assessment that at this time, an order requiring masking in the indoor transportation corridor remains necessary for the public health. CDC will continue to monitor public health conditions to determine whether such an order remains necessary. CDC believes this is a lawful order well within CDC's legal authority to protect public health. Now, this also, Andrew, hinges on any, future public health emergencies where, any administration, depending on who's in power at that time, would look to the CDC, would look to their authority to put something like this in place. So this is somewhat precedent-setting, and that is why the court needs to adjudicate it. Do I have that right?
You do, and it is important for the CDC, I guess, from the sense of creating some sort of precedent moving forward, whether they're going to be allowed to do this. The problem that I see right now is it seems very weak of the Biden administration to leave to the public health officials the call on whether or not to take this legal issue up to the higher courts and ultimately potentially to the Supreme Court. That's very unusual. It could have come from the White House going down, and it could have been that the White House determined that this was an important matter to have precedent set on. In opposition, though, they just said they'll leave it up to the CDC. They didn't even let the DOJ make that decision. So now what is going to ultimately be challenged is that Florida judge's ruling, which is pretty unique in that the Florida judge was ruling that the way the CDC was acting through the Public Service Health Act was essentially unlawful, that the idea of putting masks on was not tantamount to sanitization, which was the clause under which the CDC was claiming that they had the right to order masking. Ultimately, it's a law that has to be passed that allows for an executive agency like the CDC to put forward such omnipresent mandates, such as masking on all aircraft at all times. And so you have to go back to that original legislation to see how the language is interpreted. And that judge just was not having.
Yeah, and Andrew, of course, it goes to the question as well about who has the authority to make such a decision. Is it the CDC? Is it a judge's ruling? Is it, Congress or what have you? And so that is all in mix here. But that Florida judge essentially says because this expires on May 3rd, it's supposed to expire on April the 18th, there's no compelling interest to extend it even further. And so that was, I believe, one of the main reasons why the judge struck it down, which has caused confusion, and we could get into the confusion, but go into a little bit more of judge's ruling there in Florida.
Well, the judge's ruling does not actually do a whole lot of commentary on the effectiveness of masking or whether or not the CDC is well informed in their decision to claim that masking is a way to stop the spread. Instead, the judge focuses on the law. And just a bit of a civics lesson, in order for the government to be able to order civilians to do something, there has to be a law passed through legislation that allows that enforcement of the law to take place. And when Congress passes a law allowing the CDC to put forward such strong mandates on the entire citizenship of America, you have to look at whether the law ultimately is lawful or is being interpreted lawfully. And so there's this Public Service Health Act that was, or Public Health Services Act that was passed quite a long time ago that essentially allows the CDC to put in place certain types of mandates in order to protect public health. The problem is it doesn't specifically say anything about making regular citizens wear masks on aircraft. Instead, the CDC is relying upon a clause within that law that requires or that allows the CDC to put forward mandates to improve sanitization efforts. Well, this judge went through a long effort to define what the word sanitization means in the context of this statute. And she believes that it deals with the sanitizing of property and kind of the cleaning of it. Has nothing to do with the wearing of masks. Now, obviously, the federal government disagreed with that, but she went on, and it wasn't just about that. It was also about the fact that the CDC's implementation of this mandate was done without allowing for public comment, which usually takes several weeks to happen. So lots of different reasons why this judge determined this to be unlawful. And it does not have anything to do, in my interpretation, with the impending expiration of it, or with the fact that many people claim that masking isn't all that effective.
Yeah, and let's just talk about some of the confusion it is causing. I want to lay out a scenario in New York City because we heard Amtrak trains no longer are requiring mask usage on the train. Now, at Penn Station, at Grand Central Station in New York, you still have to wear a mask while you're waiting for your train, yet you can take the mask off on the train ride once the train gets out of New York City. So basically there's this stop and go type of mask wearing now, lawfully, that is going on. And so depending on what the appellate courts are going to do you think this confusion will persist?
I don't think that the appellate court part of this is going to do anything with the confusion. Ultimately, localities like states and local cities or counties really do have a great deal of authority to control what happens within their zone. Ultimately, we talk about America being a republic and separating the powers of states from the federal government. And generally speaking, the idea of America is to limit the actions of the federal government and put more on the states to institute their own sorts of mandates and laws. And so what we're seeing in New York City, for example, and throughout other places in America is you've got localities trying to enforce their own laws and their own public health mandates, while these kind of federal or these interstate conveyances like planes and trains can't really no longer at this point be controlled by the federal government. So you should expect that. And just like many people who have been traveling throughout America have been able to see, different cities have different mandates. And you get to one city like LA and all of a sudden you're having your vaccine card checked. And then you go to another city or another county and they're not doing that. So this is very normal for the last 2 years of COVID. And I think we're going to see more of that in the coming months, especially if this law or the CDC's mandate continues to be struck down.
Yeah, Andrew, definitely a patchwork of some of these rules and ordinances, especially in some of these major metropolitan areas. And we'll be following it alongside you. Andrew Cherkasky, as always, good to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Is national security expert Hal Kempfer with the latest, who I was just talking to off camera. And we're going to talk about a number of these things that Craig Patrick spoke about. One, though, is this missile test that it had successfully launched this new missile that it said could deploy nuclear warheads at hypersonic speeds. Is this a pretty stark warning to the West about, you know, providing more support? What did you make of this today, and how should we think about it here in the West?
Andrew, obviously, it was a provocation. You know, one of the problems they have is he doesn't have a lot to go back to. You know, first off, with Russia, the economy is in horrible shape. There is really not much of an industrial economy to speak of. They produce oil, natural gas, and some, you know, key minerals, and that's about it. So that's what they're kind of resting on. And it's not doing well. The economy's not doing well. So they have their military. Well, their domestic military is doing horrible. And you know, what we're seeing on the field of battle is that they're not very effective. And so the only thing he has left is his strategic forces. And so it's not surprising that he would do a missile launch like this. It's just reminding the West that he has this. I swear, if a 5-year-old gets on a bicycle in Moscow, they call it a hypersonic thing anymore. Every time we turn around, they're claiming everything is hypersonic. So I'm just not quite sure what isn't hypersonic that they shoot now. They've been calling things hypersonic that I recall were around before the term hypersonic was coined. So we're seeing a lot of these things happening. This was announced. It was scheduled. We knew about this, so it wasn't a surprise thing. It was a surprise to the world in general because he did it. But of course, it's the context of how he did it. So, you know, it's just one of those things to remind people, hey, I'm a nuclear power. The big thing is we're not sure if Putin is really a rational actor. And that's what's everyone's kind of wondering. And that's what we're all concerned about. This is a very provocative move in that regard. If he was a rational actor like previous Russian leaders, maybe we wouldn't be as concerned, but he's not. And so we are concerned.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting kind of track here. We could talk about it and tease it out a little more, but this constant refrain of the word hypersonic, and we've heard from so many analysts back here that the United States is somewhat behind Russia, possibly China on this front. Not getting too much into it, Hal, but what do you make of that?
This is, okay, yes, they've made some advancements in hypersonic technology. The Chinese have made some significant advancements in hypersonic technology. Of the two, I'm a little more concerned about what China's doing than what Russia's been doing in this regard. But I will say this, we're not completely, you know, behind on this. There has been some very, very advanced work that's been done in this realm. Yes, we have some catch up to do, but we've been working through a lot of the engineering issues, some of the tougher issues in terms of how to work through this. And I have a feeling that we're probably much further ahead than we want to publicly admit. There's just been a lot of things happening. As you may know, there's bases in the Southwest that there's not a lot of media coverage of. Let's just put it that way. One of them might be in Nevada. All right, might be famous for something. I'm not sure, but let's just say there's a lot of testing that goes on, and there's been a lot of things that would indicate that we are doing a lot of work in this area. So I'm not concerned that we're that far behind. I think in terms of raw speed, though, some of their systems are faster than what we've been working on. So that's kind of changing our math a little bit.
Hal, let's talk about what's going on the ground, especially in the eastern region of Ukraine, in the Donbas region, also the city of Mariupol. Has there been any progress made about potential humanitarian corridors to get women and children, at least, out of Mariupol ahead of the air in Eastern Europe? What do we know about that? It doesn't seem like much progress has been made.
Now, unfortunately, not much. You know, the Russians will say, yes, we're going to open up a corridor and there'll be some minimal negotiation, but nothing substantive happens. You may recall that a week ago, there were small movements, 3,000, 4,000 a day, multiple, dozens of buses would carry people up. Of course, I just did that simple math thing where I started adding up. I go, they have to run this around the clock if they expect to get that 100,000 plus people out of there. And that simply was not happening. So they've got a huge problem with that as far as getting them out. There's been a lot of interesting things said. The Marine Brigade commander talked about possibly some sort of third country evacuation. I'm not quite sure what that would be, if they could pull that off to try and get the civilians out of there. I think he wants to save his Marines and save all the other Ukrainian military forces there too. But there's just not a lot being done. And unfortunately, I don't know if there is going to be a lot being done. Now, with that said, today there's an announcement that they plan to hold a May 9th victory parade in Mariupol.
I did not see that.
That is going to be very strange. I'm not quite sure. It's going to look like a victory parade right after the siege of Stalingrad. I mean, the city is destroyed. We talk about the Potemkin army. They may have to build a Potemkin village just to televise a parade out there in order to cover up all the damage and destruction. I have no idea who would be on the streets for such a parade, but they did announce that today. It was very odd. It does give you a little sense for the timing that's in the mind of Putin and the timing of the Russian forces, that they want to wrap this thing up by May 9th. And certainly they've got enough forces there surrounding that steel plant. They probably can do this, but as today, they're saying 120,000 civilians. Now, it's always been north of 100,000. 120,000, that is just, in evacuation terms, in a situation like that, I don't know if you could round up enough buses. Even if they opened up a huge corridor and said, send them in and get them out, just the logistics of trying to get that many people out would be overwhelming. I don't know if they could pull that off. So,
yeah. Hal, we're on, I guess you would say, day 3 of this new assault, I guess you could say, full-fledged assault, if you will, in the eastern Donbas. But a U.S. defense official today said that no territorial gains on Russia's part have been made. Is it too early to tell? I don't want to, predict things this early on in this new assault, but what are you hearing? What are you seeing on the ground that would lead you to believe that Russia still does not have their act together?
Well, they're not making much ground. That's my first indicator. They've been doing a number of assaults. They're pushing forward. A number of experts have looked at this and go, well, they're just not doing this. They're doing classic Russian tactics. They're pushing forward in a number of areas, and Russian doctrine says when you find a gap, a seam, when you can make forward movement, then you reinforce success. That's always been Russian doctrine. That was Soviet doctrine before it was Russian doctrine. And so they're making these forward movements. They're just not getting very far. And I think part of that has to do with the morale of the troops. They don't have a really strong will to fight. So when they meet, staunch resistance from the Ukrainians, they're just not getting very far, and they pull back or they stop. And I think it's going to be that way for a while. Now, the Russians need a lot of time to work on their logistics and their command and control, and I would say their communications with that as well. They did not take that time. They rushed whatever reserve they have into the fight. They've been talking about the increase in the number of battalion tactical groups. I'm not sure about the combat effectiveness, nor even the strength of these new battalion these battalion tactical groups. These BTGs look impressive on paper. I haven't seen anything that indicates that they are going to be any better than the forces that were there before on the ground. And then they pulled those forces out of Kyiv and they moved them around as fast as they could and thrown them right back into the fight. And we know that those forces were pretty decimated and dilapidated. So they're kind of just throwing forces forward. They're trying to make up for the fact of maneuver on the ground with just overwhelming firepower, artillery. It's just stunning amounts of devastation and destruction. But even then, I don't know if that's going to work for them as well. It'll make some modest gains, but I just don't see that. They're not getting a breakthrough anywhere. That's what we're seeing.
Okay. Let's talk about air superiority over the skies of Ukraine. We learned today Ukraine has added more than 20 fighter jets available to them by fixing inoperable aircraft with parts supplied from Europe. That's also according to a senior U.S. defense official who went on to say that Russia still does not have air superiority. And then, of course, the Ukrainian Air Force's Twitter account had to put this out today. Officially, Ukraine did not receive new aircraft from partners, ! with the assistance of the U.S. government. They did receive spare parts and components for the restoration and repair of the fleet of aircraft in the armed forces, which will allow to put into service more equipment, contradicting what John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary, I don't know, slipped up at the briefing yesterday and said aircraft. What do we make of this? Was this just a very simple mistake, or should we read something more into it?
I think it was a mistake. I don't think it was really so much his mistake as he just got wrong information.
Okay.
There's 20 more aircraft, at least 20 more aircraft that are in order. At any given time with any Air Force in the world, you're gonna have a certain amount of aircraft that are down for maintenance, needing spare parts, replacement parts, new engines, you name it. And I think what it was is very smartly, we looked at it and said, okay, what do you have that could potentially be flyable? And we managed to get as many of those parts together. I would have guessed that somewhere there was a rather extensive inventory thing that we did in cooperation with the Ukrainians to make sure they got all the parts that they needed to get these aircraft back going. And then they just sent them in and they got those aircraft going. Now, some of these could have been aircraft that were damaged during the initial invasion when many aircraft were hit by long-range fires. Many of the air bases were hit. So some of these aircraft could have been damaged by that and they just weren't flyable because of relatively minor damage. But they got them up, they got them flying, and that's a significant increase in the amount of force they have because they don't have that many aircraft. Now, one thing I would like to mention though is they got them flying, but this air superiority thing, they've been getting a lot of Stinger missiles, and the UK is giving them Starstreak missiles, which is a much more capable missile than the Stinger missile. Today, the UK announced that they're going to export this armored vehicle called the Stormer vehicle, where they can mount these Starstreak weapons on. What's key about that is in that Donbass region, which is, as we've talked about, tank country. All right, they can move around very quickly, but when they see opportunities, they have to move very quickly to seize those opportunities on the battlefield. When they see the Russians move, they have to damage them, then they have to maneuver, get over there. And of course, the Russians will call in artillery, rockets, and close air support. And you can't do close air support from 10,000 or 20,000 feet. You've got to be close, and you have to hit close, which makes those Russian planes vulnerable to these anti-aircraft fires. Anti-aircraft fires that now that they will be vehicle mounted, they can move into position to exploit that. So I could actually see some things where they actually do some things out there to draw Russian aircraft into an ambush, an anti-air ambush, and we might see some changes in numbers on that as well.
Hal, let's talk about what's happening in some corners of Europe right now. It is official, Germany confirming it will stop buying Russian oil by the end of this year. 56 days ago, if you had told that either to the German parliament or the German chancellor, they probably would have laughed in your face. Now, 56 days later, it's going to happen. This is huge.
Well, anti-Russian fever has metastasized in Europe, and nowhere more so than Germany. They've looked at this extremely vulnerable position they put themselves in, and they realize they put themselves in this, and they realize they have to wean themselves off the oil. Now, the other side of that story is, and they can do that. It's going to be at some cost, don't get me wrong, but they can do that. The challenge they have is getting what to do about natural gas, and that's where they're kind of stuck. They are very dependent on natural gas. As a whole, about a third of the natural gas that Europe depends on comes from Russia. All right, about 20%, a little over 20% is liquefied natural gas. So when they talk about Germany and some of these countries, shutting off the natural gas lines, or Russia potentially doing it in some sort of punitive fashion to punish Europe or punish NATO, there really isn't a way to offset that natural gas thing very quickly. The good news is it's April. It's not February now.
Yeah.
So we're in spring. So if the natural gas gets turned down, yes, it's extremely painful. And they use it for more than just heat. They use it for power generation, everything else. But but it's a little more sustainable because it's not freezing cold outside. So there is a little bit of difference on that.
Yeah, let's move from Germany, though, to France. There was quite a must-see television event there today between two presidential candidates, Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen. Macron to Le Pen says, "You are, in fact, in Russia's grip. You're just not going to be able to operate to defend French interests because of how they're tied with yours." We'll have tomorrow a segment at length talking about the French presidential elections, but this was really the moment in this debate today where Macron really stuck it to Le Pen and made her defend, or put on record at least, her relations with Russia.
I personally, from what I could tell, and it seemed like Macron was very forceful. With that said, most who have looked at it closely said that Le Pen actually did a much better job this time than she did last time. She actually was better. So, you know, I don't know how that's going to go. I just look at the point spread, if you will. You know, I look at the polls. I just don't think it's likely that she is going to be able to close the gap with Macron. When you look at all the different variables in there, and then you compare it to what happened in 2017, I just don't see her being able to close that gap anytime soon. But it was a very good debate, and I thought Macron, he said that, but he also said something about, you know, Russia is your banker in so many words, putting that, you know, say they own you, and basically inferring that they own her because of that financial indebtedness. And well, it's true. You know, they did borrow money from Russia, so you know, that's not something she could walk away from. So. I think he did a pretty good job there. And frankly, from our perspective across NATO and everything else, we don't want Le Pen to take over. We would prefer to see Macron stay there. He's been a very forceful voice. And frankly, he has stepped up and taken a real leadership position in France as far as standing up to Russia with the whole Ukraine war and trying, you know, at times trying to be an intermediary, but at other times being a very forceful presence. Really interesting to see Britain, France, and Germany, how things have shifted so dramatically, you know, in the last 56 days. It really, I mean, these are the big three, if you will.
Right.
And they have all shifted dramatically. I mean, we talked about when Boris Johnson was doing his Churchillian walk through Kyiv. I mean, Boris Johnson, you know, Churchillian walk, still apparently doesn't know how to use a comb, but does know how to walk through Kyiv. So I give him credit for that. So.
Yeah, and I think, you know, everyone might have forgotten already, but Macron has been on the phone with Putin, I think, more than any other European leader since this all began. More than Scholz in Germany, more than, you know, Nehammer in Austria. Of course, he met with him in person. But, you know, as much as people say Le Pen is in Putin's pocket, Macron has been in direct communication with Putin to try to bring an end to the war. One last thing on the diplomatic front. The G20 finance ministers met today, and once the Russian minister started speaking, most of the officials in the room or who were meeting virtually either walked out or shut their cameras off. This is a stunning display, too. You kind of have to expect it at this point, but it definitely sends a message.
Well, Secretary Yellen was in the lead of that, and she said she was going to do it. I mean, it wasn't a surprise thing by any means. And I think, I don't know, I didn't see a final count, but I assume all the NATO nations in the room definitely shut their cameras off or walked out. I should say. But that's kind of, you know, that's you know, this is the pariah status that Russia finds itself in.
Yeah.
You know, I was looking at this, and you know, at some point in the information campaign that we're going to be using or talking about, that is slowly working its way to the Russian people, it has to be communicated that Putin's plan is going to turn Russia into North Korea. You know, it's going to turn Russia into Cuba before there was tourism, and it's going to turn Russia into something looking a lot like Venezuela, and everything's getting shut off. You know, when they lose that oil export capability, I mean, they could sell oil at a very, very deep discount. They can sell oil, and they're still going to have a tough time moving it around the world. that's going to impact the entire Russian economy, not just the government. And then with their inability to move other things, there's other sources being found for just about everything they produce. It's changing things. The only thing I think that's a big problem is I'm very concerned about wheat. Wheat and corn, that's huge because, blockading Russian wheat and corn has a disproportionate impact on the Middle East and Africa. And a lot of those countries, food sufficiency is a huge problem anyway, on any given day. And I could see second, third order effects of causing dramatic instability throughout that entire region. And I am concerned that that's the next wave that may hit sometime later this summer.
Interesting. On the war front, though, what will you be watching for in the next couple of days? I'm still waiting for the Biden administration to announce their high-ranking official who may visit Kyiv. We haven't gotten that announcement just yet. What say you?
I think we're probably going to hear that fairly soon. I'm going to say this. Don't be surprised if that official just shows up. I don't know if we're going to announce it. It might be like Boris Johnson. All of a sudden, Secretary Blinken just shows up in Kyiv. And certainly that would make the most sense because you don't want to advertise that for security purposes. You just want to get there and you don't want to know how he got in. You certainly don't want to know how he got out. And so that may just happen. The other thing I'm going to watch for is Russia making any significant gains? I heard some stuff today talking about, I think it was Luhansk province. They said Russia controls 80% of the ground. And then I saw another thing that said Donbass region, they control 80% of the ground. I'm not sure how they're getting that 80% figure that's been floating around. I don't know how they're not making any significant gains on the battlefield, yet all of a sudden they're said to control this huge amount of terrain. I'm just not quite sure what that is. So I'm going to actually look to see if they actually do some forward movement, if they actually gain some ground, and how the Ukrainian forces are moving. And of course, like we talked yesterday, I'm going to be counting tanks. I'm going to be counting, battle damage assessment, tanks killed, armored personnel carriers, everything else. When I see those numbers suddenly dramatically spike up, that tells me what's happening with the Ukrainians. It also tells me that a lot of those arms that we got in there are getting to where they need to go.
All right. As always, Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your expertise and insight into the war in Ukraine on day 56, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. I'll see you tomorrow.
economic growth and nearly 8 million jobs created as a result of his and congressional Democrats' actions, including the American Rescue Plan and bipartisan infrastructure law, and his work to lower costs. He will visit the Portland International Airport tomorrow to highlight critical investments to ensure stronger, more resilient infrastructure, such as an earthquake-resilient runway at the Portland Airport, and to help lower costs on everyday items by ensuring goods can move faster and more efficiently. Governor Kate Brown, Senators Ron Wyden and Jeff Merkley, and Congressman Kurt Schrader will join the president at the airport. On Friday, he will mark Earth Day in Seattle, Washington, by speaking to the need to bolster our nation's resilience in the face of threats like wildfire and the need to rapidly deploy clean energy. He will be joined at the event by Governor Jay Inslee. The president will also discuss how he is fighting to bring down prescription drug costs, such as insulin, where he will be joined by Governor Inslee, Senators Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell, and Congresswoman Kim Schreier. The president will call on Congress to pass his plan to lower prescription drug prices and energy costs, but he's not waiting for Congress to act, and he will highlight recent actions he's taken to lower energy and health care costs and give families more breathing room. Those actions from just the last few weeks include a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, extending the use of E15 gasoline, taking 100 actions this year that would save families more than $100 annually on their utility bills, finalizing standards for cars and trucks that will allow drivers to travel further on every gallon of fuel, fixing the family glitch in the ACA, reducing the burden of medical debt, freezing student loan payments through August, and helping 3.6 million student loan borrowers move closer to debt forgiveness. Also wanted to note on that front, yesterday you may have seen, as part of the administration's historic commitment to support student loan borrowers and get borrowers the relief they are eligible for, the Department of Education announced changes that will move more than 3.6 million borrowers closer to student debt forgiveness, make 40,000 borrowers eligible for the immediate discharge of their loans under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, provide immediate relief to thousands of borrowers in income-driven repayment plans. We're delivering this relief to borrowers by fixing long-standing failures in the Income-Driven Repayment Program, or IDR as it's often known. Income-driven repayment is one of the best options for borrowers who have towards tackling their student loan debt. For too long, the system for tracking payments has been broken, and there were significant flaws that suggested borrowers who were entitled to forgiveness were missing out on their progress toward debt forgiveness. So these steps include making sure that any months in which borrowers made payments will count toward IDR forgiveness, regardless of the repayment plan, and any borrower who has made the required number of payments for IDR forgiveness based on this payment count revision will receive loan cancellation automatically. Additionally, we know that in the past, loan servicers placed borrowers who were struggling to manage repayment into forbearances without giving them adequate information about alternatives. And that meant in forbearance, while no payments were due, interest continued to accrue, and borrowers did not get credit toward IDR forgiveness. This is often not the best option for borrowers, particularly when they would be eligible for an economic hardship deferment or a low or zero payment on an IDR plan. And to make sure that existing borrowers aren't permanently harmed by these failures, the department will apply PSLF and IDR credit for borrowers who ended up in long-term forbearance. Those are forbearances of 12 or more consecutive months or 36 or more total months. So important steps on that front. Last thing I just wanted to note, and you may have seen this, but this morning the Department of Treasury sanctioned Trans Capital Bank, a key Russian commercial bank that has offered services to banks globally to evade international sanctions, and more than 40 individuals and entities that are part of a Russian sanctions evasion network led by Russian oligarch Konstantin Malafayev. We have also imposed sanctions on companies in Russia's virtual currency mining industry that operate vast server farms and provide revenue to the Russian government. And the Department of State imposed visa restrictions on more than 600 individuals in response to human rights abuses by Russia and Belarus. So this is part of our stepped-up effort to crack down on those attempting to evade our unprecedented sanctions. With that, Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. A couple of questions on masking. The president said yesterday that people should decide for themselves whether to wear masks on airplanes, and wondering whether his comment was intended to signal a shift in thinking in the administration away from mandates toward more personal responsibility.
Well, the president was answering the question quite literally, which means right now, as you know, we are not implementing the mask mandate because of the court order, which we disagree with. While he is still abiding by CDC guidance, and we recommend Americans do that across the country, they're still recommending people wear masks on airplanes. On Air Force One, which of course is a federal, not a private plane, we all wore masks on the plane when we traveled to New Hampshire yesterday. But we are not, people are not legally bound to wear masks. So it is a point in time where it is up to people, it is their choice in that regard.
And then one other question, actually, on a different topic in the interest of time here today. Yeah. Are you able to confirm reports that the president is replacing the acting ATF director with another gentleman who will also be the acting ATF director until the person he nominated last week is confirmed by the Senate?
Yes, so I know there have been reports about this out there, and I will say that the president is making the designation under the Vacancies Reform Act, which of course says that any president and only the president may direct a person who serves in an office for which appointment is required to be made by the president by and with the advice of consent of Senate to perform the functions and duties of the vacant office temporarily. We of course are strongly advocating for and pushing for his eminently qualified nominee to be confirmed and have an ATF confirmed director for the first time in many years, which is something we would be eager to see happen.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the long-range missile